Well, hello there. I hope you're doing well. And today, we are gonna embark upon a journey which I've been dreading all this time. Ever since I began playing this game, one thing that I always had a deep-seated fear within me for is the grind. The fearful word that the old Lux sleeps in fear of. Young Lux, on the other hand, he was grinding like there's no tomorrow. Day, night, afternoon, it didn't matter. Any time was good enough to get the game of points within his soul. So, today, we'll begin easy, nice and easy, with a little bit of a story, you know? We gotta ease ourselves into it. And afterwards, we're gonna grind. We're gonna farm, and we're gonna obtain. But not just anything, or anyone. We're gonna go for a very special individual. The individual that I actually was looking quite forward to playing. And it is this lady right here.
Who's the target today?
Now, you might think to yourself, Lux, why are you focusing on this lady? Didn't you say you wanted to play this gentleman right here? Are you lying to us right here and now? Live in 4K? Well, you see, the game prohibits me from playing who I want so far. So I have to resort to playing with what I get. This gentleman, I need to complete the story in order to unlock. And that's too far ahead. So for now, we're gonna grab from Lynn. Gonna try our best to, you know, our goal is to get at least 30 fragments. I think I can do about 80 runs. So hopefully we can get it. Hopefully the gacha gods haven't forsaken me quite yet. Angel, do you want to carry me? Okay, fine, come in. Come here. If you want to play with me, I'll allow you to. However, you have to promise me that you're gonna keep your head straight and your eyes on the prize. I can't allow any insubordination within my realm.
I'll take a 20% cut.
I mean, the story has been really good so far. Hi there, by the way, Angel. Sorry, I forgot to mention. I've been loving it so far. I mean, I wasn't particularly impressed with the first chapter. The first chapter was okay, but it wasn't amazing. However, the second chapter is when it actually picked up, and quite a lot. So I am excited to see what the next chapter is. So our plans for the next 2 days is to complete the story. So I did a little bit of a research, and I did a quick Google search how many chapters are left, and there's 2 chapters left. So my plan is to finish the 1 chapter tomorrow and 1 chapter on Sunday. So we're gonna, and because of that, I might actually start streaming at 1 o'clock instead of 3. I still need to see if I can make it then, because I don't know how long it's gonna take me, considering it took me 8 hours to complete 1 chapter before. Mostly because of, you know, my yapping. Aw, sorry to hear that, Angel. But look, I'm sure you'll...
Right.
There's so many people here.
The scent spreads farther up there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I assume it's gonna take me at least 4 hours to maybe 6 hours to complete it all.
The world outside Purgatorio
Listen,
Island
Angel.
defies all accounts.
Listen.
More expansive, yet
You are correct
brutal.
in that regard.
This cannot
However,
be its true destiny. That's why a change must be made.
I believe that my impressive commentary only enhances the story and not takes away from it. Did you get the bow or the spear? Because if you got the spear is kind of cool. I wouldn't be too mad about getting this one because it looks really good. I like the glow in it, and the blue is really nice. And also, this one looks kind of cool, but the problem is I don't really like bows. But the spear is really good. Because guess what, Angel? Just so you know, our boy, the man, the myth, the legend, Yu Ming, actually uses a spear as well. So, you know, you're already halfway there. Actually, while we're here, I forgot...
You look great with this flower.
Remember yesterday I mentioned when we were in the story that there's like a florist shop in the town? And I wanted to actually show it, but I completely forgot about it. Because it looks exactly... Like, this looks exactly the same as... remember the little trip down the memory lane that we took with Psyche? This looks exactly the same. Like, the layout is extremely similar. And I wonder if her parents used to own it. Actually, there's a bit of story here. Maybe we'll learn something. Hold on. This time, I'll go with the pink ones. The woman smiles as she picks up the carefully chosen pink blooms. Looking up, she notices you. Oh, also, by the way, I think I figured out what was wrong yesterday with the sound during the quest. It was, I think my game, for whatever reason, the audio output was going through my monitor rather than through the mic. And that's why there was a little bit of reverb happening in the background. And I only noticed it after the stream. But I think me closing the game and reopening it during mid-stream actually fixed it. Kinda. So now I got paranoid, so before I even started, I made sure all the settings were right. Anyway. Yeah, but yeah, the background music is the same. I'm just wondering if the people who own it now have anything to do with Psyche. Yeah, I did notice that, Angel. I was gonna say, but you didn't miss much. I just kind of went in, you know, showed my account a little bit and played with Qian a bit. Who was actually really cool. I'm not gonna lie, he was really good. The one smiles as she picks up the carefully chosen pink blossom. Looking up, she notices you. I will summon for him probably next weekend, because this weekend I want to get like the DuetNightAbyss story finished, and then we're probably gonna interchange like Wuthering Waves with DuetNightAbyss, because I'm not gonna stream just this game. It's just because there's so much to do now. I want to get it through, because in I think a couple weeks. There's a new Bleach game that I showed the video in Discord before, so I'm probably gonna grind that to hell and back, because you know me, I'm a pretty big Bleach enthusiast, shall we say. Hello there, are you here to buy flowers too? Take a look, pink flowers like these are quite rare, you know? Angel, keep your mind straight. Come on. Could I have them? I wouldn't mind some flowers. Of course. Is it too much grind? I mean, the thing is, I don't know how grindy it will be, but the animation was like so good that I just need to play it. Cause you know, don't you worry, Angel. I'll go you. I'll be streaming it plenty. Cause I was waiting so long for a really good like PC Bleach game that is not just a standalone disc game kind of situation. Bleach Brave Souls is a grind fest, but I don't know if Bleach Soul Rebirth will be the same, because I don't know if it has even PvP. I don't know if it has co-op. I don't even know if it's a single player game, to be honest with you. I only saw the animations, and that's basically all the intel I have about the game. Anything else, I have no idea about, but I am hopeful, because the animations kind of carried it, And they did show the actual gameplay rather than animated like a snippet of a cutscene or something. So it makes me hopeful, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. She reaches out deftly, takes a few more stems from the shelf, pays for them, along with her own, and hands them to you. I think we extorted this lady for some flowers. Here you are. No need to thank me. Just... no need to thank me. Just think of it as you sharing in his good fortune. This didn't make sense, but okay. Are these flowers for someone? Yes, I have a fairy friend, much like you, with horns, and these are for him. Who is fairy? Oh, that's what he called himself. Speaking of which, has the wind picked up outside? I didn't notice. I see. No matter. I'll check for myself later. I need to wait for the wind to pick up before I can give him the flowers. Ah, I see. So he passed away. Oof. Rough. Well, the thing is, I watched like Sybil gameplay, and she does seem fun, but I feel like she's more of a sub DPS rather than the main one. I know, it's like on every corner there's somebody tragically passing away. The developers of this game, they're just going out of wazoo. But it always makes the world seem more real, I guess, because time is a fleeting by currency. Oof, that's a lot of death. Is your friend a wind fairy by any chance? An interesting thought. Perhaps he is? I mean, you know, as a wise man once said, Angel, war is hell. And that's just how it be. That friend of mine, he went up to the sky several years ago. Today is the annual day of remembrance. Ooh. Let's do the roll. We passed the check. Look at that. Check successful. In Karen belief, the misty sea is where souls go. If you wish to remember him, sending the flowers onto the water would make more sense. Well, I know, but he was different. The woman falls silent, gazing out the window, her eyes filled with a gentle nostalgia. I first met him outside the city. We were the same age, and our personalities just clicked, so we became fast friends. If you want to edit your team, it's if you're doing it in Overworld, it's your backpack. You kind of need to drop the little sigils and then summon them. And if you're doing it from the dungeon, you need to do it with edit preset. It's a bit convoluted. I wish it was a bit easier to actually set up a team as well. It's a bit overly complex for no reason, but I guess it is what it is. He told me he was a fairy from the sky. Truthfully, I knew all along he was a Karen, but every time I saw him trying so hard to keep up the story, I couldn't bear to spoil it for him. Besides, he really was just like a fairy from the stories. He knew so many things I didn't, and always had endless fascinating tales to tell. Sounds like a wonderful friend. Yes, he's the best friend ever. No worries, Angel, no worries. It always bothered me a little, wondering how we would finally talk about it once we grew up and past the age where believing in fairies tales came naturally. Whether I brought it up or he did, just imagining it felt so awkward. But in the end, we never reached that point. He left before we came of age. Do you think he might have chosen to leave at that precise time because he knew what a gentle soul he was. The woman stroked the soft petals, gently lowering her gaze. You can't quite decipher the emotion on her face. Ooh. You know what? Let's just say sorry for your loss. It's okay. It's been years. He had foreseen his own fate. The last time we met, he told me he was returning to his homeland, in the sky, and wouldn't be able to visit me anymore. It was the most poorly told lie of his life. His eyes were already brimming with tears. Yet he forced a smile and said to me in the cheeriest voice, "Please, don't be sad. Even though I can't come to see you anymore, I'll be watching over you from above the clouds, always. Whenever you look up at the sky, your thoughts will reach me on the wind." As she says this, the woman smiles. Is there a trick of the light, or is there a faint glimmer in her eyes? A tear, or perhaps a reflection from the sun through the window pane. So that's why you cast the flowers into the sky. Indeed, since there was a story he wanted to tell me, I chose to believe that his final resting place isn't the misty sea, but the vast blue sky. As long as I scatter the petals to the wind, he'll feel my thoughts. I'm sure he will receive them. Thank you. Looking back now, I think he probably knew all along that I had seen through his little charade. A story woven from lies, ending with a lie. Doesn't that seem rather fitting in a way? Welcome back, Angel. Right, I'd be off outside the city walls to keep my promise to him before it gets dark. Goodbye, little fairy. May your own story have a true and happy end. Alright, that was something.
You look great with this flower.
Ooh, there's this lady as well. Oh, hello, dear. The flower looks so lovely on you. My little girl would have said the same. If she was still with... What's with people dying? Does anyone have anything else to talk about except people dying here? Like, what's going on? We can talk about the weather, you know, about the blue light sky. Why does it have to be about that? It's like every time. Oh, hi there, how you doing? Well, I was great before my husband passed away. Alright, I'm just here to buy some food. Lady, I'm not here to hear your story. It's like, come on. Oh, wait, hold up. Is that Psyche's mother? Wait. Hold up. Okay, this is exposition I didn't expect. Okay, so this is actually... Alright. Listen. I thought that would be part of the main story and not like a side quest. So her parents were fine. They didn't pass away. Because it made me think that her parents actually passed away based on the way she was talking about them in the story. So it is a stall then. And where's the dad then? Did the guy go for milk? Okay, I guess we're getting some exposition. My daughter, Psyche, that was her name. She mentioned a new friend in her letters. He looked just as she described. But forgive me if I'm mistaken. What did she say about me? That you're clever and brave. She said you ventured into the Gleven pit. Your very first day in Ice Lake. Of everyone her age, she said you were the strongest. But more importantly, he's different from most people in Ice Lake. He still holds onto something we all lost long ago. A yearning for justice and freedom. Being with him shows me there's a different way to live. about that. I don't know how to tell you, lady, but about the living part. Nah. There's a story to tell, shall we say? Yeah, I think Sybil is more of a sub DPS, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is, Angel. You gotta take what you can get. Well, look, this lady clearly, you know, knows already. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. That's what she wrote, word for word. She recites it by heart. Clearly, she's read the letter more times than she can count. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Don't apologize, child. I could see it. She was happy with you by her side. That's all we could have asked for. It's us who should have been thanking you. Hi there, Sadvik. Glad to see you. You're just on time for some exposition lore that was hidden away in a little side quest, which shook me and Angel in our boots, shall we say. Please, take these flowers. Our blessings go with you.
You look great with this flower.
Well, that was something. Didn't quite expect that, but you know what? I guess I'm here for it. You see, this is what I've been talking about. The story exposition in this game is on another level. No, it's absolutely fine, Sadvik. I appreciate you showing up regardless. Okay, Angel, are you gonna come and do co-op with me, or what? Or should I start by myself? Because we're gonna grind for Lynn. The lady is not gonna get herself, you know? Ooh, that's maintenance reward. Very nice, very nice. I actually might have enough. Not quite, actually. Alright, fine, Angel. You show up and I'll buy the stuff. We're gonna start with 3 of them because, you know what, knowing my luck, I feel like I'm gonna get this 3 times in a row, and not spend maybe half of it and not get much. But, you know, we're gonna start with 3, we're gonna ease ourselves into it, and then we're gonna slowly but surely progress from there.
Are you inviting me on a date?
I don't think you have to. I think you can just play co-op together. I don't think you actually have to have the same thing. It's kind of like Genshin, where you can play co-op with other people. Very nice, Angel. I mean, the drop rate for these is actually relatively high. This is where you summon your companions. You get like these little sigils, and you basically have to use them in order to get them. But yeah, as I was saying, I also need... People just glitching in and out. I also need to get her weapon, because I don't have a good weapon right now, and I actually need level 43, because that's the only good one. Might need to get... I might get this one, I guess. Because only... The UID is here, but it's over there as well. I'm waiting, Angel. The grind is not gonna grind itself. Flower. Ooh. Let's change the title. You know, Flower Honored Messenger. Since I brought that bereaved mother the news of the alive status of your daughter, shall we say. Alright, I need to claim that actually. There we go, some extra letters. how do I accept... Oh, wait, hold up. Level 39, Angel. Unbelievable. This guy. Alright, come in. Alright, there you have it. Let's go. It's time to grind. Let's do mediation. I think that one's the fastest. Yeah, I'm doing this. Oh yeah, so we can grind like for our own stuff, which is good. It didn't actually ask like how we're setting up our team, which is a bit interesting, but I don't think the
My venom is surging like my passion for love.
Oh, I see. So we both get 2 characters. That actually seems OP because you all can only bring 3 with you in regular co-op. So I assume if you have 4 people, you can bring 8.
They're gonna call for backup. Do something
I also
now!
need to change actually my my second character because I'm running with a level 1 MC,
Found one of the soldiers
and
of the Forsakens.
I don't think that's gonna fly.
The plan asked us to prevent Finale Flare from blowing up. So taking down these soldiers should work in our favor.
Actually, hold up. Let me close this. Let's go. Angel, I'm gonna go get the what do you call them? The mobs. And you can grind the pillar. Oh, actually, do I need to come as well? Alright, fine. I didn't know that. I thought I can just, MC is actually really good, but the problem is he's not a DPS, but he's a really strong support. He's like one of the better supports out there. Which, he basically gives like a little shield. That's... Okay. Hold up, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Then I might show you some
Well, let's go. But yeah, he basically gives you a shield and oh. Ooh, this is rough. Ooh, that's what you hate to see. Oh, let's go again.
I would
Yeah,
punish
it is
those who
better.
aren't faithful to love.
Alright.
And the god of
Angel,
love's
hold up. Let me replace the second character. But yeah, I do agree the supports are actually more goated, because the thing is, usually main characters, I know they're good at DPSs anyway, so I'd much rather get a really strong support that is future-proof than get a decent DPS that I probably will stop using within like 1 patch or so. And considering you can get every single character in this game relatively easy, there's realistically no reason to hold up, no there. There's realistically no reason to no level him up either. So there's that. Okay, that's fine. That makes more sense. Yeah, well, that didn't age well, did it, Savik? Well, to be fair, Dilek is still fine. He's not bad. But, you know, he's definitely not the top tier DPS scale anymore. But back in the day, the man used to be, you know, you throw the phoenix into the wild and watch it soar like the numbers. As well as my disappointment in him as time flew by. Well, that's okay.
The client asked us to prevent Finale Flare from blowing up, so taking down these soldiers should work in our favor.
To be honest, I actually don't know what the current, I guess, meta in Genshin is, because I haven't played Genshin since, like, Novelette came out, really. And that has been a long time already. So to me, personally, it's not even a point of contention. However, I will be coming back to Genshin as soon as my boy Dotre arrives. Or Varka, one of the two. I know that Varka was showcased recently. Well, recently is a couple months ago, but you know, recent for me, shall we say. And I would be quite excited for that. Greg, do you really think I would fall for such a ruse? Do you really take me for a simpleton? Why don't you answer?
This time.
Huh? I mean, Greg is arriving with style. You can't... Still nothing. You can't blame the man for having... I see Greg is in a certain kind of mood today. And that is a ball mood, shall we say.
Faithful to love, in the God of Love's name.
I think after this, Angel, I would need to go and buy more. I keep getting a gosh dang AXP materials. I didn't even get 2 shards so far. I see, so you're trying to entertain yourself on the little couch that's surrounded by metallic contraption. I see. It actually has been a whole minute since I used the bus myself. I used to travel on a bus all the time when I was a kid. And I hated it. Because the kind of bus that we get in Eastern Europe, they're not for lighthearted, shall we say. The seas probably have more dust in them than 10 octogenarians combined together. So after sitting on one of them, you're probably gonna become at least 25% dust itself. I know, Greg, trust me, I know. I've been on some buses which I felt like were substitute as drug vehicles, you know? Because on one, you know, during day, it's a public transportation method, and during night, Pablo himself driving that thing to the nearest outpost, shall we say. And that's just how life be. Ooh, that's rough, Greg. That is indeed true, Sadvik. That is indeed true. It's you know how wine gets higher in value the more you age it? It's the same with buses, you know? The older they are, the more vintage they get. That's why the prices are skyrocket. I know, Greg, but that's what it's all about. Do you really expect a single public transportation method? Ooh, two fragments. Let's go. This is what I'm talking about. 2 fragments, I'll take it.
I will punish those who aren't faithful
Alright,
to
Angel,
love.
we're exiting for a second. I need to buy more resources to gamble with. Yeah, Angel, your buses are like futuristic ones. We talking about the kinds that probably never even seen a vacuum cleaner, let alone had one inside of it.
All right, let's go higher. The scent spreads farther.
Like the first time I came to, you know, Europe and saw a clean bus, I thought I was living in the future, you know? Because there wasn't a single stained seat, everything was nice and proper, there was no rubbish on the floor, there was no stench of smoke permeating from every single corner of the room. And honestly, I felt threatened, but at the same time comforted by the feeling that I most likely will not catch a disease that day. Of one kind or another. And that's a feeling you can buy with money. Or rather you could, just in a different circumstances, shall we say. Well, that is the case, Angel. Trust me, if I could drown myself in oil, I would. Right, let's go again. I like that you're farming for Randy, Angel. You're a man of class, and I respect that.
My venom is surging like my passion for love.
I actually... So, this gave me like a Winter Soldier flashback all of a sudden, because when I was a kid, I used to do judo a lot, right? And the problem with that is that every single day after school, 5 days a week, I would have to go to the other side of town. And the only way I could do that was by using bus. And that was IRL gacha simulator for me that I discovered at the tender age of 8. And that is, sometimes you would get buses that were actually decent and didn't look like they came out straight from World War I. While other times, you wouldn't be able to be that lucky.
We planted this bomb. How come all enemies are coming at us?
Let me just let me just mute Snow, because she keeps disrupting my tales. So, as I was saying, it was always a roller coaster of emotions going on those, because if you don't know one thing about me, is that I am... Okay. I don't like dirt, but at the same time, I also don't like being surrounded by less than pristine people, shall we say. The kind that, you know, you can smell them before you see them. And that is just because, I don't know, I always had a phobia of dirt ever since I was a kid. I just hated it getting dirty, and I didn't like getting sick, because as a kid I used to have a lot of illnesses, and that just put a fear of God in me to always stay as clean as I possibly could. So every time I would get on a bus and I would have to sit like next to some octogenarian that didn't wash themselves for like 20 years, my heart was racing, shall we say. And one time, okay. Yes, Savik, but it's not to the extent where I just don't like dirt. It's actually when I like my skin physically starts crawling whenever I get like dirty, right? And it's not to the extent where if like I get a little bit of grime on me or something. It's like if I'm head to toe covered in dirt, I will lose my absolute god unless I clean myself. I can't proceed with my day unless I get cleansed. And the prime example of that, when I was used to playing like rugby, doing PE lessons, I would have to take a shower. It didn't matter if I was late for lessons, I always took a shower. But as I was saying, there was a lot of times when I had to sit next to really old people that didn't smell particularly great, nor did they have particularly pleasant aura around them, shall we say. And that led me to a lot of conundrums where I would have to give up my seat to like some other individual, pretend I'm being polite, when in reality I just didn't want to deal with that situation, shall we say. I'm not that bad now. Nowadays I don't care that much, but as a kid I was like really I forgot the word, not hydrophobic, like because that's when you're afraid of water. And the hypochondriac, is that the one? Basically when you don't like dirt around you. Or it could be misophobic. I don't remember. There's a word for it that eludes me at the moment. But that was basically germophobic. That's the one. Thank you, guys. My brain blanked out completely. And but yeah, I always like used to wash my hands before every meal. I used to always ensure that like my clothes are clean. I always hated dirty shoes. Like, so help me God, if my shoes were dirty, I always used to carry a bag of wet wipes, and I would always clean my shoes whenever I go out, just because I like cleanliness. And I know that's a bit extreme, but look, I'm just the kind of, and I think it's to do with my slight OCD issue as well, and ADHD, to the extreme really, because it just amplified it all the time, since being a little bit of a germaphobe and having ADHD at the same time is a deadly combination, because what it does to your brain is basically whenever I would see dirt, my brain would send off like red alerts and being like, you need to clean it. You need to clean it. You need to clean it now, or you get sick. And that would be like constant on my brain until I actually do something about it. So I kind of learned to live with it for the most part. And I'm not that bad nowadays. But as a child, I was terrible. I refused to like go anywhere whenever it was like raining or muddy, because I didn't want to get dirty once again. I refused to like play any sports that involved playing on like grass field. Like I didn't like football that much. Baseball, rugby was the worst one for me because I hated it so much. That's why I always go into basketball so much, because you know, you play on a court, you stay nice and clean. Yeah, it's one of those things that you get a habit as a kid, and it's kind of hard to grow out of it, because you just develop like a natural instinct whenever you see something that like alerts your brain, you instinctively avoid it, because it resonates with like danger or something, you know? And as I said, I got much better to it, and I don't have the same reactions anymore, but it definitely took some effort, shall we say, and it wasn't easy either. It's the same principle with like how I overcame my ADHD to an extent, Because when I was a kid, it was really bad. I had my brain constantly racing all the time, and that's most likely why I had such a terrible sleeping schedule, because my brain was just constantly active, constantly thinking of something, constantly, you know, having racing thoughts, shall we say. And it was good within the right circumstances, because I always was really good at like multitasking. I never had an issue with multitasking, so whenever I had to do like multiple things at the same time, like let's say for example, if I was cooking, right, and I had to like ensure that the pot was at certain temperature, and I was chopping up something at the same time while you know, stirring the sauce or something. Like, my brain is really good at multitasking in that regard, but whenever I have to focus on one singular I guess thing to do, it struggles. So I always have to distract myself, and the trick that I learned to do it is to have some sort of noise in the background, whether it's like a YouTube video, whether it's music, whether it's like even some white noise like rain sounds or something. It helps me focus way more, and I don't know the science behind that, but I assume it's just because my brain gets occupied with something in the background, so I can divert like the other half that's not engaged and focuses solely on the task at hand. But being me is not easy, shall we say. But there are benefits to it, so there's that. I kind of feel like Angel is grinding this thing for me. I'm just kind of exploring, you know. Well, Angel does all the work, but I feel like that's just part for the course. Gotta let this little man earn his keep, shall we say. Well, the thing is, when it comes to ADHD, there's different phases of it, right? Because I personally think that everybody has ADHD, it just depends how severe it is. Because everybody at some point in time, while doing a task, got distracted. And if that's not a symptom of ADHD, I don't know what is. Because to me, ADHD is basically when you can't focus on a single task at hand and you're getting distracted. And there's different varying levels of it. Like, for example, you know, you space out. You know, that might be like level 1. You just get distracted. On level 2, it's like you focus on a task, but at the same time you start thinking about something else. And like level 3 is like you can't focus on task at all. Your brain constantly racing, you know. And I feel like getting diagnosed with ADHD in a lot of cases doesn't actually work, because the way it gets diagnosed is not super scientific. It's kind of like up to the doctor that actually does examine you, because I say that since I got tested for ADHD twice. The first time was when I was, I think, 6 years old, and the doctor at the time said that I didn't have it. And I was just hyperactive, you know, which is the definition of ADHD really, but you know, it is what it is. And the second time I got tested when I was in high school, because I had like a really bad time focusing in lessons, and I just wanted to make sure that, you know, maybe something is going on, you know. I had like a really bad sleeping schedule at a time, so I went to the doctor again, and that time the doctor said, oh yeah, you definitely have ADHD. So to me, like, there is a chance that I developed it, obviously, between then and high school, but I don't think so. I just think I had it all the time, and it only got worse. And that's what I feel like a lot of people have. They have a very slight ADHD, and then just depending on like your environment, how you grow up, circumstances, like what you usually do, it either grows or dwindles. Because it's not really like it's not a condition, it's rather the varying degree of the state of your brain, I guess. Because some people can just, you know, zero in on the task and just complete it immediately and don't get distracted at all, while some people, they need, you know, they need certain environments, certain, you know, tools, certain people around them even, to help them achieve said task. But, yeah. That was my always perspective, because the thing is, a lot of people just go to the doctor and they just take their word for like gospel, and that's fine, because, you know, doctors obviously they study and learn to diagnose these things, but at the same time, if you feel, you know, like the diagnosis that you're getting is not right, and there's clearly something might be wrong, then it could have been that just the doctor you got didn't do their job properly. That's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. So you always gotta be careful and make sure that, you know, you take care of yourself in that regard. Because if I never went and got diagnosed the second time, I probably would have never gotten better, because after I got diagnosed with it, I did do a little bit of medication just to get myself, you know, on track with getting a little bit better. But I also started like actual putting in effort in order to ensure that it doesn't happen. Like every time my mind would start racing, I would like snap myself back to reality, as once a wise man said. And try my best to like zero in, even if it was like extremely hard. And I remember speaking to my teachers being like, can I put some headphones whenever we were doing like a task or something, just because it would help me like focus a lot. So there's a lot of different ways to overcome stuff like that, but your brain is an enigma, and there's no way to understand it fully. You can only explore it with time, effort, and a lot of work. The thing is, if you can multitask, I think that's just normal, because majority of people can multitask. I'm pretty sure they're just called being human. Because multitasking is a skill more than anything. It's not like a requirement that every single person has. Think of it this way. It's like, not everybody is good in art, but everybody can draw, right? So it's the same principle with multitasking. Everybody can do multiple things, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna be good at it. So if anything, it does require, maybe not even talent, but like at bare minimum, it does require a lot of work in order to develop your brain in order to function that way, because it's a completely different mindset. No worries, Sadvik. I'm glad I could help. You know, Therapist Lux is always here to ease your worries, shall we say. Don't have PhD, but I have plenty of yapping to do about subjects. Hi, Kine. Glad to see you. Kine, you're just on time. We're talking about very important subjects. So yeah, as I was saying, multitasking is a lot of it's a lot of your brain rewiring required in order to perform it effectively, because you need to basically separate the way you think to multiple. Think of it this way: it's like if you take a road, but you're walking, your right foot is walking on the left, and your left foot is walking on the right. It sounds confusing, but for your brain, it makes total sense, because it intertwines both of your thoughts for the both tasks that you're doing at the same time. And instead of, you know, your brain just getting fried up, your neuron just make the connection, and that way you become more proficient at it. So that's just kind of how it works, at least from my perspective, but it is an interesting thing to think about in general, because I never really seen being able to multitask as a benefit, really, because to me it was always more of a nuisance, since I always wanted the opposite of like being able to just focus on one thing and do it well, but instead I get the opposite all the time. So it's an interesting dichotomy. And I guess your brain just works the way it is. Ah, no worries, kind. That's fine. That's fine. I just thought I'll fill you in so you don't think I just started yapping out of nowhere about philosophy and whatnot and how your brain works. I mean, we can talk about manhwa, Angel. I'm easy. We're grinding here. You know, I'm here to yap about whatever you guys feel like. If you have a subject you want me to chat about, let me know. Because I'm just making conversation as we go along for now. Because the last thing I want is to make you sit in total silence while I yap about random things. Okay, let me put this on. There we go. That will do. Actually, speaking of manhwa, I caught up recently on Illicit, and let me tell you something. I never felt more blue-balled by a manhwa in my entire life, and I'm sure, Angel, you know why. But as you all know, I'm a big fan of Kaiden. And Kaiden is everything I aspire to be within one human being. However, there's a lot of things in Illicit where Kaiden is just kind of present, but not really. So whenever Kaiden gets on the screen, is always a treat. It's always like a New Year celebration within my brain. And recently, I thought Kaiden was gonna tackle one of the top 10 individuals, you know, one of the strongest Awakens in the world. I'm not gonna spoil it for you, Angel, since you probably haven't caught up then. But he basically tackles two of another top 10s. And the reason why he does so is to protect somebody that you know. And he starts fighting, right? And he exchanges like a couple moves. And then out of nowhere, the top 10 guys just dip. And I was like, you promised me a full 7-course spread, and all I get is Moosh Boosh. And I never felt more disappointed in my life. Because I was like, finally. The last time I saw Kaiden fight was against the Raven guy, the blood-sucking guy. Forgot his name, but against another like 2 of the top 10. No. Andre is the other one. This is afterwards. Have you not caught up to that? Oh, if you haven't caught up to that, you still have a lot to catch up. That's one way of looking at it, kind. I mean, I never been an inhibitor to the point where I couldn't walk straight. I only saw other people doing it. But it does sound quite interesting. Hi Liz, glad to see you. But yeah, Andre fight was way before that. It was like probably 50 chapters ago. Liz, have you seen the latest chapters of Illicit? Because I'm yapping about how much of a disappointed little man I was when Kaiden didn't fight in the latest couple chapters. I mean, the thing is, in order for it to be bad advice, I would have to take it. I don't drink at all. Like, alcohol to me is not something I partake in at all. The only time I drank alcohol was on my birthday. Occasionally, I get like a glass of wine or something if somebody offers. And on like New Year, I might get a glass of champagne or whatever. But it's very rare for me. Wait. If you're only one chapter behind, then you should be able to know what I'm talking about. What chapter are you talking about, Angel? Come on. Because I think the latest one was... actually, let me check. I don't know. The latest one was 375. Okay, so you have seen the fight then. So you do know the Idora fight. Cause I thought I wouldn't spoil it to you. You saw it entirely, cause 375 is not even about the fight. It was just some exposition. What do you mean? Who is Idora? It's a steel guy. Well, I assume he's steel. It's like his skin is black, but he looks like he has chrome on his skin. And he also has like a spider tattoo, white hair. You know him. Don't tell me you don't. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, okay, fine. You know what? Fine. I'll show you. Ah, Angel, you see, this is why you gotta keep attention. Listen. Let me see. This guy. His name is Eodora, but, you know. It's this guy. You know him, Angel. There's no way you don't know him. Because I told you before, remember when Justella got cornered and Idora basically... Wait, there's no way you haven't seen the fight. The fight was like between chapters 370 and 374. If you've seen those chapters, you should have seen it. There's no way you haven't seen it. Are you sure you're on 374? Because the latest one was 375. There's... Angel. I think you're mistaken. Because look, this is literally the fight. Like, they fought together. Well, fought is a very strong word. It was more like they exchanged a couple punches. Idora called Kaiden a cockroach, and then Kaiden basically clapped back, saying, "You're running pretty fast for a cockroach." You know? And it was like, I was like, great. You don't... Okay. Kind. Listen. Kind. While Angel catching up on manhwa in order to prove that he is not a fake fan, this manhwa... Okay, let me show you something. So, listen. All you need to know is that this is the greatest being you'll ever see in your life. You see this gentleman right here? That's what perfection looks like encased in a form of an absolute unit of a man. So, there's it's a story between these two gentlemen right here. This guy's name is Jinwoo. This gentleman is Kaiden. The story revolves around Kaiden training Jinwoo in order to basically become the strongest awakener. In a process, kinda, because Kaiden is his entire sole purpose in existing is to fight stronger people than him, right? And there's this system which encases awakeners' powers, right? Regular people have no idea the awakeners exist. So the awakeners basically dominate the entire world. They own like massive corporations, massive businesses, and they manipulate the behind the scenes basically the entire world. And the strongest of these awakening people are within the top 100. So basically, anyone within top 100 is able to like level a city if they felt like it. Top 50 able to like overthrow a country. Top 10 able to overthrow a continent, right? So, okay, so you let's see, Angel. I told you, there's no way because you would have known. So basically, Kaiden fought everybody from top 100 to top 50, but his like ultimate goal in life was to beat top 10 people, right? And every single time he would challenge people to a fight, they would refuse him because there was no benefit for them to fight. Since if they got injured, they would be vulnerable for other top 10 people to take advantage of it and basically dethrone them in a way, or overtake their like possessions. So for them it was a massive risk, but for Kaiden, who was just like a lone awakener, there was no reason to not fight. So what he did, he would just challenge everybody, he would send the challenge letters, and at one time he went and basically fought with a bunch of top 10 people, and he caught them in an illicit act, shall we say. He got injured, and he didn't have a choice but to transport his body into this magnificent form of an absolute godlike being. Do you know? I don't know. I just always pronounce it like I heard it. So is it Kaiden? But it's an absolute masterpiece, kind. I'm telling you, it's 374 names. 374 chapters of absolute glory, and also the female character in this manhwa. Okay, well, let me just show you a couple. So, this is one of the greatest female characters. Because look at the drip. Look at the drip. You telling me you see that drip and you're like, wow, this lady is awesome. And there's also this other lady, which is Angel's favorite. And to be honest, she got drip as well. And there is this lady right here. Her name is Justella. And she's kind of like a vampire. And she's basically Kaiden's future wife. I'll tell you that much. And like the art in this manhwa is absolute top tier. Let me tell you. And the other thing that is very rare for manhwas or mangas or any sort of reading material really is to have background characters or secondary characters to actually matter. In Illicit, every single character actually matters, which is a tough task for many, because they just died. I was thinking it was their outfit, but I would strongly, and I mean strongly recommend it. It's one of my actually, it is my favorite manhwa of all time. I don't think there's a single manhwa out there that's better, in my personal opinion. But you will have an absolute blast. I really think it should be enjoyed by everyone, because it's one of those manhwas that you don't have to be even into manhwas. You don't have to have like a really strong understanding of you know, the world building or anything like that, or like what usually goes into these. It's a very easy entry point into like going into more, because the world building is not super complex. There's no like a super over complicated ranking system or anything like that. There's not even a power level really. It's just the only power level in the manhwa is basically if you like ranked or something. But anything beyond that is very simple. But in a good way. So yeah, I would highly recommend. Anyway, Angel, you ready or what? Let's keep grinding. I got Lin to get. Well, for cultivation manhwas, that's a different kind of breed, you know? The thing is, for me, I didn't start with cultivation manhwa. I started with solo leveling. Solo leveling was my first ever manhwa that I read. Actually, that's a lie. It was God of High School. God of High School was the first time I read a colored manga. Because I think God of High School is manga? No, it was a webtoon. Never mind, webtoon. That was my first time reading colored webtoon, and that was in the very distant 2016, 2015. And I remember, because before then, I only knew manga. I didn't know about manhwa or manhwa even existing. So my general understanding was that it was all black and white. Like, I'd never seen the colored version before. So whenever I found that I could find a colored version of cool fights and scenes, I was like, wow, this is a new world, you know? And it was quite a discovery. I never looked back. I've been reading manhwa for the past 10 years, and let me tell you, I've read it all. And I think I started with cultivation manhwa after like 2 years I was reading manhwa. And manhwa was a new territory for me. And I think my very first manhwa, like cultivation, was Marshall Peak. Because at the time it was the biggest one. And also at the time it was really hard to find a really good translation for Chinese manhwas. It's much easier nowadays, but back in the day, it was... You would be lucky if you even get, like, MLT translation. You know, machines were built different back then. Because you would get a story that was written like a fanfic by a very thirsty 12-year-old, you know? It was rough to read. And the worst example of that was Counterattack of the Banished Disciple. I remember reading that back in the distant 2018, and honestly my brain started rotted with the more chapters I read. And let me tell you something. Think of the worst English you ever seen in your life and multiply that by factor 5. And that's about how bad it was. So, my experience with those, shall we say, was very convoluted. It was extremely bad. And I read at least 300 chapters. So think about that. 300 chapters of the worst English I ever heard in my life. Or read, rather. It was so brain-rotted that I started making my own story at some point. I literally just didn't even read the bubbles. I was just watching the pictures and just trying to piece the story together. That was pretty much all I did. And to be fair, I had much better experience because of that. Because I'm pretty sure if I kept reading it, my brain would have just fell out of my ear. It would just plopped on the ground and just started crawling away, seeking freedom for the torture that I subjected it to. And the thing is, I could have dropped it, but I actually did enjoy the characters quite a bit. And the way it lured me in is actually the first, I think, 50 chapters were actually properly translated by a team, but they dropped it afterwards. So I didn't have any other option but like scour the internet for even the morsel of translation. So I had to settle for whatever I could get. And as I said, it was rough. And another thing that I discovered, actually this is a recent development in like a manhwa especially, in Chinese sphere, is a lot of the manhwas nowadays are actually AI made. And what I mean by that is they draw the main character, right? And they draw like the main leads, like female main lead, and sometimes the background characters, but not always. But almost exclusively, all the like backdrops, all of the like crowds type people, they're usually made with AI nowadays, and that's kind of sad to me because I read a lot of really good Chinese manhwas that had really amazing art, and it just saddens me to see the development that it's taking, because I really enjoy cultivation manhwas. I think it's really fun because I just like the sense of adventure a lot. And the silver lining is actually that manhwas, the Korean ones, actually do cultivation nowadays as well. And one of the best ones that I ever read was Cultivating Immortality. I think he only has like 25 chapters or so, but it's so good. It's basically a story about a guy who gets transmigrated into another world with a bunch of other people, right? He was basically driving a truck and he crashes it, and they fall into another like world through a portal, and he's in a group of like 5 to 6 people. And what happens, basically, all people except 2 of them get picked up by like really powerful cultivators. One of them gets picked up by like Zeus god who throws lightning. Another one who's like a really strong beast tamer. The third one who's like the enchantress. The 4th one gets picked up by like a soul cultivator who gets like mystic arts. And he leaves just the 2 of them, his old boss, like the manager, and himself. And it's a story about how they basically how they didn't have any powers, nobody picked them up, so they had to survive in the world of cultivation by themselves, right? So they had to struggle, and the first life, a bit of a spoiler, but basically his first life, he spent his entire life working in the field and like making soap for a living, and at the end of his life he basically gets betrayed by like the other merchants, and his soap recipe gets stolen, and he basically runs out of ways to make money, and he dies on like a deathbed. He basically curses his life and wishes you know, if he had another chance he would make it right. So what happens is he gets reverted back to the time when he just basically arrived into another world. And this time, he is trying to do his best in order to, like, try to figure out what can he do differently in order to, you know, survive and actually change his life. So he starts, like, learning martial arts. He starts to finding a way of how to better himself. And basically, it's similar story, but listen to this. His second life, he lives all the way to the point where he does become a martial artist, but he can't break the rank of like the first-rate martial artist. He just can't achieve it. But his previous manager, he had a really strong potential for like sword cultivation. And basically what he did, he went and made him join a sect and like basically learn martial arts so he can help him out in the future. And it's basically his second life is a story of supporting his manager in order to like achieve the highest pinnacle they possibly could. And he becomes like, he establishes his own sect, he, you know, breaks through like martial arts, but he still can't achieve the first rate, and he dies basically, you know, while his previous manager bestows upon him a role of basically a sect leader, and he dies, and then he starts thinking that, oh, okay, so my second life wasn't that much different because, you know, I still couldn't achieve much. He dies on his deathbed, similar situation, and he's like regrets there's no much change in his life, and he wants to like be much better, achieve like the martial peak and all that. So what happens is he gets reverted yet again. So on his third regression is basically when he realizes that this is his special power. While his manager had a special power of basically being really good at sword cultivation, he was like one in a lifetime genius. The main character has a power to revert back time whenever he dies and basically retain his memories and experiences. He loses his cultivation, but he gains more and more knowledge. So as you can expect, it's a story basically of him going through life after life after life after life, basically grinding slowly but surely towards that like first rate. And after like 5th life, he finally manages to achieve first rate, but then he like trying to reach the peak. And when he reaches the peak, you know, what's after that? And that's basically when the story transforms and he peers into the difference between regular like martial artists and actual cultivators. And this is a unique story because even the like first layer key cultivator can kill a peak level martial artist. So in this world, being a cultivator is actually extremely powerful, right? Angel, actually, hold up. Let me buy more. I ran out of things. So in this world, cultivators, like if you are a martial artist, you can fight a cultivator because his manager, even after reaching the absolute pinnacle of sword mastery, he couldn't defeat like layer 5 key cultivator. And if you know anything about cultivation, a key realm is basically the stepping stone in every single cultivation manhwa out there. It's something that on first chapter the main character achieves, but in this story it actually makes it so that the key cultivators are just such an unimaginable powerful beings that regular people can't even hold a candle to them. And that's basically when the main character realizes that only people with spiritual roots can start cultivating, and if you don't have spiritual roots, you basically have this weight of being the regular person for the rest of your life. So he basically, it's his struggle between trying to figure out how can he achieve cultivation in order to reach like the pinnacle level and you know, return home maybe in the future. Listen, I'm ready, Angel. Look, I was just in the middle of exposition. What do you want me to say? Come on. I had to finish my point. Ah, fine. Well, we're going. Let's go again. But yeah, it's an extremely well written story, and I highly recommend it. It was the story called Cultivating Immortality, and it only I think has 30 chapters, but it's so good. I read I think 25 of them, and I'm just waiting until there's like 50 of them just so I can have a blast going through them. But it's probably one of the most well done manhwas I ever read in my life. It's like, it's so good. Because the premise is not anything spectacular. It's something I've seen before, you know, it's not mind-bogglingly difficult to understand, but it's just done so well that I don't really even know how to put it into words how good it is. Because what I just told you is just a snippet of how detailed and intriguing the story is. There's a lot of like twists and turns that I didn't want to spoil. Cultivating Immortality. It's really good. You can read it on Asura Scans, kind. If you type Asura Scans, Cultivating Immortality, you'll find it there. It's absolute peak. I'm telling you, just dedicate like an evening. I would really recommend reading it all in one burst because that's the best way to enjoy it, and you're gonna have a blast. I'm telling you. Let's go! 10 shards! Nice. I need 12 more. Finally, I got 10 shards after, like, what? 10 tries? Angel, you see, and you were hurrying me. I know, I saw her just now. That's why I want to get her. That's what I'm grinding for. Because you see, Angel, until I can get my hands on the man I keep forgetting the name of, I'm gonna play with her. Join me, Angel. Join the dark side. Let's grind together. I'm gonna play the role of support. You know, I'm just gonna put a bunch of my jellyfish and let the rest happen as it happens. Well, that's the thing. I want to save a bunch of my secret letters for Yuming, because I don't know if he's gonna be grindable or if he's gonna be like Psyche and limited. Because what I learned so far is that there's some limited characters that you need to get through the like the events, and there's some that you get through grinding. So there's not every character that you can grind through secret letters. Some of them you have to like play weekly bosses in order to get more copies of, which is interesting. But I think you can still get like a copy of them. But in order to get the dupes, if you need dupes, you need to grind other things for them. But yeah, Yuming is gonna be my main. You see, that's why I never buy more than 5, Angel. Because if you buy 5, then you're like, okay, even if you get 10 letters, you're like, okay, that's alright. But if you buy more than that, you see, there's no turning back. It's a valuable lesson for you there, Angel. That is to have patience. But the co-op in this game is actually kind of fun. I'm glad you can grind all these dungeons together with other people, because having 8 characters and having only 3 makes a world of a difference. I also wonder, so I've been thinking about like the limited skins in this game, and since you can't really get the hourglasses there easily, I was wondering when the limited skins disappear, are they going into standard pool? Because if they do, that actually might be a reason to save your standard pools as well. Because obviously you gotta save your limited, but if you can get the set quote-unquote limited skins from standard pool later, that could be an interesting situation. Okay, 2 shards, very nice, very nice. Okay, all I need is 1 10 pool. Come on, I need 1 10 sharder, and I'm gonna be golden. Actually, yeah, I just need I need 8 shards actually. Can I get a 10 shards within the next 2 runs? I hope so. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be a happy camper. That's for sure. Also, I think one of those people have your spear, Angel. So there's absolute no worries, kind. Was a pleasure seeing you as always. Have a good night, and I'll catch you later. Alright, let's keep the grind going. I'm just kind of looking at how people play Lyn, and it seems like they're just glitching out of existence all the time. Which seems kind of fun, not gonna lie. Actually, where do I need to go? Hold up. Nope. I'm coming, guys. Just you wait. Okay, another 2 charter. You know what? Every 2 shots counts. I'll take it. Well, we're gonna leave after this one because I only have 1. Unless we're getting 10 shards in this one, which might happen. You never know. I think we're gonna grind a bit more. Can you not? How do you get constellations then? Because I thought that was the entire point of them, that you can grind for constellations with the letters. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I thought so. Because it would have been very strange if you couldn't. I know that you can grind for every single character because some of the shards you can only get from weekly bosses, I believe. So those are kind of limited. And I think that will be the hardest ones to get. So that's probably why a bunch of people go in with Lyn, because you can grind for her and actually max her out. And I think that's the most tempting reason to actually grind more of her. Oh yeah, Lyn is absolutely popping off here. I feel like we just being supports, you know? Meanwhile, Lyn's actually doing all the work. Because I think I might have killed maybe like two enemies. Same, Angel, same. I really hope he will be obtainable with letters. Because if he's not, I'm gonna cry. Because I do want to max him out. Okay, Angel, we're dipping for a little bit to get some letters. And then we're coming back. We gotta get Greg and somebody else to just grind the absolute living daylight out of this. Because the thing is, you can actually... I didn't notice it before. But you can get the secret letter shards from actually just running regular dungeons. Somebody wanted to add me, I guess I'll add them. Right, hold up. Hold up. Hold your horses, Angel. Let me buy this thing. I forgot. Let's go with, let's go with 3. Look. I'm gonna go with 3 because I'm confident. I'm confident that we're actually gonna do it. In 3 pools, just watch me get it all. Look, I think they did Randy extremely dirty with the voice. Because they made him sound goofy, and I don't think the man deserves a treatment like that. I was really hoping his voice would be like Japad from Honkai Star Rail, because that's what I envision him as. Not this little goofy goofball that he is. A rather goofy goober, that is. I forgot what it was called. Has been a minute since I watched SpongeBob. Alright. Oh, actually, I guess let's do matching. Might as well, capitalize off other people actually being good at this game. Meanwhile, me and Angel just, are here for a free ride. Alright, some poor souls got matched with us. My goal is to kill at least 10 enemies, and I feel like then I'm gonna be pretty useful. Angel, I have bad news. Nobody joined us. I was hoping they would, but... Oh, actually, somebody joined. Angel, we have one free employee over here. It looks like it's a Rebecca kind of playtime. This might be the strat, actually. Just join... just put, like, auto-clicker on and, you know, just join random groups and just expect people to carry you. Which I'm sure some people do. Not that I'm advising for it, but I'm just saying, you know. It's kind of smart. Okay, you know what? I'll stay in the middle. You guys stay on the side, and we'll meet somewhere in the center. This guy's Rebecca is actually really well built. Because his damage, I think, is 10x on mine. Ooh, another 2-shot. We're almost there. I can smell the success. Just need, I think, 2 more drops of the 2 shots. And we are gonna be cooking. I think the highest I saw was 8k. But I don't know if it was me. Because I don't know if you see the damage of other people. I mean, Mylin is... I have her weapon maxed and her level maxed, so... she should be doing decent damage, but... I don't think the little artifact thingies that I have are actually good on her. Because I just kind of put whatever I had. I'll keep an eye on it, but I think the largest one I saw was 8k. Because, like, regular slashes are about 200 to 500, but I think whenever you put the jellyfish on, it actually does way more. That was much faster. Ooh, Angel, I smell success. All I need is another 2 shots. All I need is another 2 shots, and we are gonna be cooking. Yeah, map is kind of tiny, but I think it makes it better for grinding, to be honest, because it just makes it faster. I know, like, people who maining Rebecca, I feel like, the specific kind of people that don't want to actually play. Which reminds me of my days when I used to play League, and whenever I would see, like, Heimerdinger, mains, they would just put a bunch of turrets and just AFK. Yep. Just put like autoclick on just to keep spamming E, and you'll be fine. I'll go like the good old school method. Just put a couple toothpicks into your E key and just you know, leave. Go make yourself a dinner. Maybe take a bath. Treat yourself while other people play for you. But I think Rebecca is really fun, to be honest. She's very easy, which I feel like is a good and a bad thing, because like there's not much thinking required for anyone to play as her. But at the same time, sometimes you need that, you know? Sometimes you just need a character where you can press a couple buttons and everything dies. Like just how it be. Right, guys, this is a moment of truth. Can I get it? Ooh, and we ending up with a 10 shotter. 10 big ones. Okay, Angel, hold up. Let me do the thing. Let me do the onus of unlocking our future companion. Yeah, that's how it be, Angel. That's how it be. A 10. I got 2 10 pulls, and I think we did like what, 20 runs or so, which is pretty good. I mean, look at that. All right, this is a moment of truth, everyone. There she is, beautiful. And just like that, the restless siege shall commence. I mean, to be honest, I'm gonna use my Rebecca now as a support, and it's time to level up this gal. But the problem is, I don't have a good ranged weapon for her. And I assume she scales off ranged weapons. So what I will do is I'll just put this on her for now and just hope for the best. Because it increases skill duration, and I think her E does like a massive AoE attack. So if I can extend that, I think that'll be fine. Actually, I can do it here. I forgot. But let me actually change. Is it? No, let me see. Actually, let me upgrade her first, because you know I gotta show the respect that she deserves. There we go. Can I do level 40? Oh, of course I can. And there you have it. In her full glory. Is it? I didn't know that, to be honest. I mean, I'll put this on her, but I don't have the pistols. I know this is like her best in slot, this one's. But you need level 40... What an angle. But you need level 46 in order to actually get them, so I can't really afford that right now. Considering I still need like 11 levels. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Actually, Angel, I require your help with exploration. I need to get some materials. I'm focusing, Angel. I'm focusing. You know, I'm pure concentration right now. I also leveled up level 35, which is very nice. Ooh, we got a boost. Oh, you you kept grinding letters. Okay, I see how it is. Okay, well, it is what it is. Let me just collect a bunch of these thingies. But yeah, I'm really happy that you can get these secret letters, clues, just from playing the game, because they drop actually quite often, which is a nice thing. Because I was worried that at some point, when you run out of exploration and actual stuff to do, you will be limited to like 20 of those a day that you get from, what do you call them, the daily quests. And that would kind of bum me out, because that would mean that, you know, you would need to take a long time in order to unlock some characters, and especially their dupes. And I wouldn't be the biggest fan of that, but I'm glad that that's not the case. Okay, so I need to grind for the weapon as well as the great sword. I mean, you need to grind this as well, Angel, because you're gonna level up Lynn, so we might as well just do it together, you know? Get her nice and leveled up. Let me level up her skills as well, because you know you gotta show respect. There we go. Very nice. That's where you grind for. Okay, go, you go. I was worried maybe this was like limited or something, but no, it's not. It's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, Angel. We gotta pre-farm. Gotta keep the grind going. Okay, so start this one. So I think only you can start since you sent me invite. We need where was it? So we need one for Great Soul, so you can either start this one or the material one. Where was it? This one. The fire one. So whichever one you want. Or actually, I can start. I didn't know that. I thought only like the group leader can, but I guess not. Anyone can start, which is fair enough. I wouldn't use the boost, by the way, either for now until you reach the max level, because I don't know how rare these are, and it's probably not very wise to waste them for now. So I never actually use them, to be honest, because you get plenty of materials even without them. Unless there's a way to farm them, but I didn't see any, so... No, I mean, it's a good boost, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, you know, from the perspective of, like, efficiency. You might as well just focus on actually getting to the max level before using them. I think we'll probably grind to the 5th wave, because I think on the 5th one, that's when you get the most loot. There's no really point to go beyond that, I don't think. So we'll just focus on that. Well, I mean, you do get quite a lot of them. I forgot to equip Lynn. I just realized. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll use her next time. Because I was about to say, didn't I just unlock Link? Why am I using Rebecca? My hubris got the best of me yet again. Hi Liz, glad to see you. I thought you maybe fell asleep or something, so I was not gonna say anything, but you just catching me and Angel in the middle of a grind fest. We're grinding for a new character, Lynn. Well, I already got her, but I'm gonna be helping Angel getting her later. Licks. The mango... To be honest, our names do sound with the same letter, so you know, you get a pass on that one. Oh, did you retreat? Okay, fine. You know what, Angel, that's probably for the best. Oh yeah, I read your message on Discord. Sorry I didn't reply, Les. I only saw it when I was about to stream. But yeah, hopefully your dad is doing better. And it's nothing too serious. Alright. Angel, I'm gonna show you the full glory of Lynn now. I'm gonna see her in her full attire from head to toe, shall we say. Ooh, I'm really jelly of these people who have the demon lady. Oh, that's good to hear, Liz. At least it's, you know, it's nothing too bad, hopefully. Right, let me remake this. So let's add a preset. Let's put Lynn in there. And then let's do Rebecca in there. Angel, keep your mind in the right place. We have mission to accomplish. There's no time for dilly-dally. Well, I already got the character in front of us. Her name is Lynn, and she carries 2 big guns, shall we say. And she's blasting everything away. It's this lady right here. She actually is really fun to play from what I saw. Other people using her. Ooh, her animations are actually different as well. That's kind of nice. What? You telling me this is not a big gun? Come on. Angel, you gotta stay focused. I'm gonna act as your inner demons, and this is a test for your determination of steel. We gotta forge you like a fine blade. Until nothing can deteriorate your resolve to achieve greatness. This is actually fun. I'm having a good time. That was... I like that a lot. So the way Lynn functions, Angel, just so you know. Your ult is basically reliant on how much sanity you have. So if you have full gauge sanity, you can just basically one-shot the entire wave. And that's kinda rough. She seems like an absolute bonkers character. I didn't realize that's how she works. I'm not doing anything. I'm just pressing Q, okay? I barely have any input in this. Because you see, all I have to do is just keep pressing Q when I have stamina. If you don't have sanity, it's kind of rough, but the thing is, her Q doesn't have cooldown either. So if you can get a couple supports that can boost her sanity gain rate, I feel like she's just gonna pop off. I'll need to look into like what's good support with her, because like look at this. I can literally just stand in one place and everything dies. Oh. I'm not joining the dark side, Liz. You know that, I know that, and even Angel know that. I'm merely acting as the inner demons of this young warrior who needs practice to steal his resolve. Okay, time. Well, she does look really fun. I usually dislike ranged characters, but this is different because this is not your stand run-of-the-mill range where you just sit and shoot from behind. She gets close and personal to her enemies and absolutely obliterates them, which I can get behind. Kind of pop it up, and I think even her sword, like close combat, is much faster than Rebecca's. Or at least it feels like it. I'm gonna save the sanity for next wave, Angel. We're gonna go full throttle on this one. Yeah, I think she actually is faster than Rebecca, so I assume even if you use the same weapon, it depends on like what character it is, they get faster or slower. Which is actually a very nice touch. I do like that. Because it adds a very unique feel, and it's not just the same character rehashed, basically, animations. I am imagining, Angel. Go on. I'm listening. Like, look at that. The enemies don't stand a choice. Or are they chance? A choice as well, to be fair. Because the only choice they have is to perish. Look, English is hard, Angel. When you get to my age, you will understand. Some nice damage going on out there. I think I saw 7k popping up. That's not what you like to hear. Angel, if you hear soul music playing next to you, run. Because Liz is coming. Oh, was it you? Okay, fair enough. I thought maybe I popped off for a second. Okay, I need more sanity. Both in real life and in game. I mean, to be honest, Goddess Victory Night was probably made exclusively for Angel-like people. I don't think there's a single individual like me who plays that game. Because at least I play for the story, you know, the characters are cool. But that game, it just, you know, it's full Goonerville and there's no coming back. It's a one-way ticket. You come in and you never come out. Let's go again. Ooh, look at them numbers. Is there another Guna game that I know? Well, impossible. Oh, a Korean game now. Those Koreans, let me tell you, they... When it comes to otome games, like for girls, there's nobody quite like them. Angel, I'm pretty sure I know the game she is gonna mention, and it's that Deep Space one. The one with a really handsome man. In fact, too handsome for my liking, because I never trust a man that looks that good. Oh, actually, never mind. Never mind. I go... What do you mean it's not an otome game? Listen, Liz. Be real with me. When you look at Love Deep Space, you telling me it's not made for women to thirst over attractive males? Like, come on. Let's call spade a spade. There's nothing wrong with it. Is it Chinese? Okay, well, I'm losing the plot here, clearly. But you see, Liz, you know. So I trust your opinion on that one. $60. You see, you may call Angel a Guna, but he's a Guna with standards, okay? And that's more than you can say for majority of them. Okay, hold up, Angel. Let me see if I can level up Lynn. And then we're gonna go grind for the weapon. Exactly, Greg. Exactly. You see, that man gets... That man speaking the truth. That's why he's my lawyer, you know? That's why I don't pay him the big bucks. Oof. Okay, Angel, we're going back in. We have weapons to grind for now. Alright, I forgot. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I was thinking, why is my damage so low? You see, Angel, that's why I keep you around. Right. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Look, Snow, I understand. Alright, now, let me remove all of these, because I think I need to put them on something else. Listen, Angel, I don't know what I'm doing, okay? And that is my excuse. Hold up. Hold your horses. Okay, so I need to put more on this. And then I think I'm using this one as range, so I need to put more on this as well. There we go. Okay. Now we're cooking. Alright. When you're right, Angel. You see, that's why I keep you around. Hold up. Hold up. Coming back in. Old man on the loose, so be wary. Let me put some in here. Okay, now we're ready. Liz, how dare you corrupt my disciple? Whose side are you on? Angel, don't fall into demonic paths. Liz was sent by the heavenly demon in order to corrupt us. Don't listen to her sweet nothings, you know? She can't deceive us. You gotta stay sharp and stay vigilant. Listen, Greg, you gotta keep your mind out of the gutter. I'm teaching Angel only the finest cultivation techniques to make him achieve true enlightenment. That little man needs guidance, okay? He's on a path of gooning, and that's not good for anyone, okay? I'm trying to let him see the light, for once. And Liz is clearly not helping. I took him on this elaborate journey towards, you know, enlightenment, self-discovery, prosperity. You know, we've been grinding together the materials for the higher good. But unfortunately, Liz is clearly the agent of chaos, and she doesn't want Angel to be happy. But that's okay. Exactly, Greg. You gotta stay sharp. I'm telling you, Angel, she is sent by the heavenly demon himself or herself. I'm not sure which universe we're in yet. She might have become one herself, to be fair. I wouldn't be surprised. And as a true orthodox, you know, powerhouses that we are, we gotta stay vigilant. Okay, my damage did increase by about the factor of 2. You see, that's what Heavenly Demon would say. I can see through your tricks. I've seen plenty of blood-cold ploys in order to figure it out. You can't get it past me, Liz. I'm way too deep into my own hubris in order to be deceived. The only one that can deceive me is myself. Okay, is there enough? I don't think so. I think we need more. Listen, Liz, we may share the same brain cell, but our principles are different. What is her best in slow? I actually didn't look. Is it not this one? I honestly have no idea what's like actually good or not. Is it something I have already? Because if it is, then I'll level something else. Because to be honest, this is like Rebecca's weapon anyway, so that's why I'm using it on her. Because I don't have Siren's Kiss, unfortunately. Iris. Isn't that the Red Psych? I'm pretty sure I already have it. I think you get it for free. Unless I'm thinking of something else. Listen, Liz, I'm a man that lives on the edge. Both physically, mentally, and emotionally. You can't threaten me. I'm unthreatable. Okay, some good numbers, good numbers. I think that's just a skill issue, Angel. I've been there way too many times. But that's okay. Happens to the best of us. I think we went the wrong way. There's somebody already going full ham on the pillar. Meanwhile, we just went our own direction, shall we say. Yeah, that's what everyone says. Come on, face the angel. Join me in the skillless land. There's no such thing as too much swag. Do you understand, Greg? The drip is a currency. It's a way of life, and it's also the resource that keeps us young forever. You know? You could be 80 years old, and if you have the drip to, you know, go with that, you could revert back 60 years if you felt like it. That's all it is. That's the secret to immortality. You know, a lot of scientists think that it's some sort of hidden fountain in the recesses of Hispaniola, but not so. Not so. The real serum to immortality is the Supreme Jacket. If you get the Goku Drip Jacket, you're gonna live forever. Like, yeah, it might cost you 6,000 big green ones, but you know, is that not the price worth paying for living eternally? I think it is. That's just how it be. Exactly. Why do you think I want to play as her, Liz? Whenever I see a JoJo pose, I'm instantly in. Okay, let me actually see what the weapon the Angel mentioned. Just to see if I actually have it. One right, no, exile thing, blade arrow. Okay, I don't have it, so let me see what it was. How do I see? There was a way to check all the. There we go. So Pirate Thirst. No, that one. No. Silence, Scream Shot. That's her best pistols. I can't find it. Pirate thing. Rain Wrath. Angel, are you sure you gave me the right name? Because I'm pretty certain that's not the right name. I looked through all of them and I couldn't find it. Oh wait, hold up. Never mind. Found it. Now, can I check what it actually does? I don't have it, Angel, and I don't think I can unlock it yet. Yeah, it's a level 40, Angel. Who do you take me for? Do you think I have that kind of level? I'll always doubt you, Angel, until you prove me otherwise. That's what's called persistence in being wrong. Something you need to learn. Let me actually check what it does. Can I check what it does? I don't. Well, actually, I think you can buy. Let me check that if that works. Pirate first. Skill duration. Okay, I see now why. Okay, I see you. So you basically just want to extend her Q duration. That's fair. All right, Angel. I can't do that one. It's too expensive. I'm not even level 40 yet. Ooh, my Rebecca can be level 50. Let's go. That's huge. Level 50. Very nice. For now, I'll just use... Actually... Well, this one's decent skill damage. I don't mind skill damage. Interesting. You know what? I'll stick to this one for now because it gives me 50% crit rate, and it also allows me to get max stacks of combo, which I kinda like for now. So I think I'll stick to that one for now, and then I'll get Pyrothirst when I hit level 40. Okay, back to it, Angel. We don't have any time to dilly-dally. It's a good thing that, you know, we can find some people who actually can help us clear this stuff. And just sit back, relax, you know. Have a couple chats here and there. I can imagine what the video entailed. Or what it rather didn't have. Ooh, that's very classy of you, Greg. The man is going full spice head. Is that the really spicy one, or are you doing the normal ones? Are you being a teeny tiny baby, or are you being big man? Which one is it? Because depending on your answer, I'm gonna have different opinion. Are you sure? Isn't that the one with like a chicken that breathes fire on it? I'm pretty sure it's like one of the spiciest ramens you can get. Wait, hold up. Hold on a second. What in the name of this Italian pride is going on here? You telling me that the Korean noodles, they have carbonara taste, and they have spice sauce to go with it. Am I understanding that correctly? Because, let me tell you something. If Doc was here, he probably would have invaded Hungary by now. I see. Fair enough. And let me make it clear, I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm just protecting you from the looming dark. Because, you know, if you told him the carbonara gets destroyed that way, he would have been after you like a dog after a bone. You wouldn't even need to say a pineapple to get him riled up. Yeah, but carbonara, it's, isn't it Italian? I'm pretty sure it is, unless I'm wrong. Or is it like American or something? Because I know there's a lot of fake Italian dishes, but I'm pretty sure carbonara is Italian. Someone fact check me on that one. Because I don't actually know. I just assumed it was. Okay, it is Italian. Good. So I'm not crazy then. Oh, actually, everybody already finished. I'm just chilling here. While I was having debate whether carbonara was Italian, I lost my my track of time. Angel, you do what you have to do. I'm just confused by the idea of how you can make ramen noodles carbonara flavor. Because the entire point of carbonara is there's cream in there. And I just don't know how that would taste, to be honest. Especially with a spicy sauce, because the entire idea is that it's nice, like creamy and light. But if you add spice sauce to it, it's probably just nukes the absolute taste bars off you. So there's no point of cream in there. Listen, Liz. In order to lose it, I had to have it in the first place. My brain is an enigma. It's like a black hole that engulfs everything within, but never lets it out. But instead of retaining it, it just dissipates it into molecules. It deatomizes it, if anything. Okay, I'm pretty sure Angel is doing his very in-depth research of the material that Greg supplied him with. That may or may not be of good in nature. And I assume it's just me and this other gentleman that was unlucky enough to join us. For now, at least. Listen, Patrick Star is a modern-day philosopher, one of the greats. You daring to disrespect him is unbelievably uncanny of you, Liz. Because I expected so much more of you. Look, Angel can do what he needs to do. I'm not judging here. When a man is on a mission, I'm not here to judge. Well, that was something. You know what? I'll let Angel carry. Can I spy on him, how he plays? Oh, wait. I thought it would revive automatically. I didn't know it would just kick me out. Okay, yeah. Okay, that one wasn't me. Has a shame finally hit you, Greg? Have you finally reached the breaking point? I knew it would happen one of these days. You can't hide away the shame of desecrating the sacred Italian cuisine. I'm pretty sure Doc is on his way. He's watching you vigilantly. Alright, Angel, let me know when you're done with that, because I kind of messed up. I didn't realize that was a penalty for being dumb. And now I'm learning the hard way. While you grind it there, I'll collect all the loot. Interesting. It's quite a lot of missions, actually. Still need 18 of these. How long does this event actually last? Oh, it's still 2 weeks. There's plenty of time. Plenty of time. Let me know when you're ready, Angel. I'll collect some loot meanwhile. See what's going on here. Like, I need to level up my Rebecca skills as well, because I keep forgetting to do so. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, now I'm ready. Let's go. What was it? Challenge. Okay, let's go. Which one were we doing? I think it was this one. Let's see what we can get. Well, it's slow. Actually, Angel, hold up. I forgot to do the matching. We need to get some people to actually grind for us. We need to get some low labor costing employees. Yeah, that's what we're gonna call them legally. Greg, are you writing that down? Just give me legal advice if I'm saying something, you know, that I shouldn't be saying. But just hypothetically, if I and Angel legally want to acquire a couple unpaid employment prospects, they may or may not do 100% of the work for us. How do I stand legal ground on the premises? Are we looking good? Will we get sued? Is basically what I'm asking. Because if we are, then legally I'm not allowed to say I'm doing that. However, if it's legally allowed, I mean, we might expand the range, is all I'm saying. And we might go even further, you know, we might get 4 employees. And sky's the limit, really, with that kind of prospect at hand. It's you know, it's a... what do you mean it's sussless? It's an entrepreneurial endeavors that me and Angel going on towards. We are merely visionaries, you know? We provide a prospect to other people of being part of something greater. It may or may not look like a pyramid, but that's just our corporate chain of command. It just so happens that, you know, pyramid just suited it really well. And just because me and Angel are at very top doesn't mean we're above everybody else. It's just, it's you know, it's structural integrity of the company that matters. And every employee is just as valuable as the next one. But, you know, not everybody can be paid equally, shall we say. So we decided to, you know, adapt the good old sickle and hammer kind of employment rule, and that is just to not pay anyone. And I think that's just the best way of going about it. Honestly, it hasn't failed yet. I mean, we've been doing pretty successfully. While Angel was searching for... what we will call it? Research material. I was, you know, cursing a bunch of people into joining our course. And they're just that. As you can see, so far, we haven't... anybody has not joined us yet, but there will change within the next 5 minutes or so. As you will see, the longer we proceed with this, the more people we join our cause, and we slowly but surely will convert them into believers of our very elaborate ways, shall we say. Violence is not part of it, Liz. It's, as I was saying, it's merely entrepreneurial endeavors. There's no violence, there's no, you know, coercion. It's only persuasion. Listen. I don't discriminate. I believe that everybody deserves an employment. Despite their circumstances and despite them potentially being 4'1". You know, I don't discriminate. They could be 7 feet tall, they could be 4'1". Everybody is welcome at my very law-abiding facility of employment. Because you know what? I'm a giver. And what I'm providing is an opportunity to become something more than yourself. And that is a valuable experience. What do you mean cursing, Angel? I never curse. Because cursing is bad. And I wouldn't want to alert, you know, authorities. You see, this is the kind of employment I'm talking about. It's like, you know, you just stand at the top of the world looking down at your minions, I mean your employees, just doing the work, you know, sweating, putting their blood, tears, and performance all in hopes of climbing the corporate ladders. I forgot that's your trigger word. But you know, sometimes as a good employer, I must make myself known, my presence known to the masses, and you know, help the regular laborers within their tasks. Oh, does it? Okay, I didn't know that. That's why I was thinking, why are the enemies so tough? That actually makes more sense. Alright, I think we need one more. I think after this one, I can level out this weapon, and... Oh, did you? Oh, hold up. Hold up, I didn't realize you quit. I feel bad for leaving the gentleman alone, but you know what? Tough time call for desperate decisions. Listen, Liz, what do you mean not strong enough? Are you telling me my will is not determined enough? My resolution is not like the good old adamantium itself? Are you trying to tell me that I am in fact not the chosen gamer they always aspire to be? Preposterous. Exactly. You see, Angel knows what he's talking about. And you know, with our powers combined, I bring to the table, you know, the wisdom, and Angel brings to the table the brawn. You know, he does the work, I do the thinking, and with our combined efforts, we achieve greater things. That's just how it be. Because every army needs a general, and every army needs a tactician. Angel is a general, I'm the tactician. So I am sitting back sipping on some tea. Meanwhile, Angel just slaughters everyone in sight, and I just tell him how good of a job he's doing. That's basically what it is. Listen, Liz, what kind of slander is here? Are you telling me that my contribution to this joint endeavor is not great enough? Oh, preposterous, honestly. I'm appalled. Oh wait, hold up. Sorry, I used the matching, Angel. I forgot what you just told me. You see, Liz distracted me. She's clearly from the demonic path, and she's trying to divert our holy quest for enlightenment and power. But she will not succeed. She may want to implant the inner demons within us, but our will is strong enough to resist it. Liz, you clearly haven't listened. What part of me being a tactician did you not understand? Are you telling me that making tactics is not a great enough contribution to the cause that we're currently in? Preposterous, honestly. How could you ever say that? Well, fine, Liz, I'll forgive you this time. Well, next time you doubt my prowess, there might be no turning back. I might have to challenge you to a duel of honor to regain my said honor. And that's not a task you want to uptake. some nice 2K crits. I'm seeing. Okay, Angel, I'm going. I'm coming to the pillar. Are they harder? I mean, to be honest, I didn't pay attention enough, nor were they contributing enough to actually notice if they were harder or not, but you know what? I'll help you out with this. Let me just clean up the mobs out of your way, and you can keep bashing that pillar. I thought the game glitched for a second because my sanity didn't run out, but I didn't realize you were spamming something and restoring my sanity. Ooh, I actually just realized that Lynn's skill knocks enemies upwards, so it's actually better to start with E and then pop off with ultimate. Because I think that way she's gonna stagnate the enemies in the air, which is probably better. Okay, let me help you out with this. I'm ready anytime, anywhere, any place, Liz. Well, don't forget to bring your stepping stool with you because there's gonna be a battle of a century. And I want you at your best. And I'll tell you what, I'll give you an advantage. I won't even wear shoes. I'll go bare feet like the good old Yujiro Hanma intended. Just pure determination of steel. So if you want to go for my toes, you have free reign, but let me tell you, I'll be prepared. I'm gonna lay mouse traps in the perimeter of 2 kilometers within me. So, you gotta be careful on that. I just, I didn't point it out because my mind is one-track being. I never divert my attention. I always stay focused. You see, Liz is a hands-first kind of individual, Whenever somebody challenges her to a duel, she always thinks how she's gonna get her hands on someone. And it's just the way she is, She just can't help herself but think about twisting somebody's neck first thing in the morning. That's what gets her out of the bed. And to be fair, the bloodthirstiness is a bit much occasionally, but that's just the path of demonic cold that she chose it. That's just how it be. What do you mean in my throat? No, that's a different kind of thing. I don't think no, Liz, I think you wanted to think that one. I got a new material. Don't know what that is, but I'll take it. And intimidated, don't forget that. Now, Liz, what do you have to say for yourself, huh? After you clearly made Angel lose his focus and me lose my standing. What do you say? Well, it's not about the intentions. It's about the actions behind them. And yours were truly appalling. I think you need to reflect for 100 years in closed-door cultivation to amend your sins. Do you agree, Angel? Listen, Liz, I didn't make the rules. I'm merely enforced. Actually, Angel, I think we have enough. I think we got enough of this, so we can probably farm something else. You see, Angel agrees, so the verdict has been spoken. The judgment has been passed. And the retribution shall be ours. You see, the emotional damage that you inflicted on Angel is truly monumental. The man has been nothing but a pure, innocent young man all his life. No single sin in sight. And after your appalling actions, he will never be the same. And that's just a sin you'll never escape. Unfortunate, but predictable. Let me actually check what goes on Rebecca, because I haven't even seen it before. I think it's at the Kiss one, Second Kiss or whatever it's called, the blue little spear. Angel, what are you running your Rebecca? Are you running the great sword? Because I'm trying to figure out what to put on my Lyn for now, considering well, actually, you know what? I'll probably. Wait, you got Siren? Did you grind for it though, or did you get it for free? Because if you can get it for free, let me know where. Ah, so you're riding this one. I probably should level it up as well, just so I have, like, options. Because I don't really have anything better. I thought so. Yeah. I'll probably get it later. Because the thing is, I'm just thinking of what to put for my second. Does it actually matter what she plays with? Because I thought the weapon doesn't actually matter that much. Okay, you know what? I'll equip it for now. I'll level it up because, you know, might as well, since I do have it. And I'll run it on her for now. And then when I get the Siren's Kiss, that's when I'll switch to the other one. Are you going? Are you going back to your research? Is that what's happening? Alright, I forgot you were grinding for Lynn. I completely spaced out on that one. Yeah, let me ascend this as well. Okay, level 50. I need to ascend this one to level 50 as well. There we go. I'll help you out, because I just want to test how my Rebecca feels as well. Because I don't think I want to grind... Well, actually, I could probably grind Siren's Kiss. I forgot that I can grind the weapon. You know, after this reaction, I'll get some Siren's Kiss. Because I kind of need it. I actually... Okay, that actually does feel better. Well, I am the epitome of kindness, Angel. What can I say? What can I say? Look, I'm spacing out by the second, not even by the minute. Oh, come on. I already forgot what I was talking about. That's how much I'm spacing it. Go on, Angel. Actually, let's just keep grinding, because I'll need to do research of actually what I want to grind for later. For now, I'll just help you out. I'll just come along for the ride, you know? I'm like the old man sitting at the bar telling war stories all the time, and whenever a new young fresh face shows up, I tell him all my stories, you know? How I hunted the big great white shark back in the good old days. How I slew dragons. And how I fought an army of 1,000 men just by myself. Now the good old tales. Back when honor was valued more than gold. Back when your sword was the only thing you needed in your hand in order to establish a name. Back when strength wasn't determined by how big your cultivation is, but by the type of your character that you are. Truly golden days. Angel, how's your progress? Are we making any? Very nice, Angel. Very nice. That's what I like to see. I probably realistically should be grinding something. But the thing is, I don't know what I want yet. Because I need to... I probably will wait until I get my hands on higher level weapons. Because I assume they outscale the lower level ones. Might not be the case, but that's usually how it goes. So I probably won't be farming weapons for now, just to not waste it. Well, that's what I was thinking as well, but... the thing is, I don't really know who I want yet. Because I haven't figured out what, like, team I'm gonna build for now. But I definitely will be trying to get all the characters as well. Well, the thing is, I need to know if Yuming is coming in secret letters, because if he is, I'm gonna save all my resources to max him out. That's why I'm kind of hesitant to spend them now. Because if he is not available for, like, secret letters, then I don't care. But if he is, every single letter that I save gets me closer towards unleashing his true power. And that's all I care about. So until then, I'm gonna be relatively cautious with my secret letters. I'm gonna try to play with what I have. I'm gonna do it instantly. I'm doing it day one, Angel. Cause that's what a true connoisseur does. Playing a long game is for wusses. Real men do it immediately. Because let me tell you something. When Yuming comes out, be prepared for a stream of like 12 hours of me grinding his shards, because that's exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to build the strongest Yuming on the entire Europe. There's not going to be a single Yuming that's better than mine. Well, building a harem is a task of a special kind of man, Angel. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh. Well, didn't mean to do that. We're actually doing it pretty easily. From what I remember, it was much harder when we actually were doing it with multiple people. So I guess your theory of co-op being easier with the less people you have is probably true then. Which is kind of disheartening, you know? Because the more people you have, the easier it should get. Alright, Angel, I'll let you run wild for a second. I need a water break. The soul man got his throat punched. I didn't doubt you. I just live by the motto of trust but verify. You know? Because blind faith is never good. You always gotta ensure that those around you truly mean what they say and say what they mean. Because how else will you know if what they say is what they mean and what they mean is what they say? Something to think about. Very nice, Angel. Okay, no worries. I'll let you do your deed. If you want to go to bed, that's absolutely fine, Liz. You know, rest is important, especially with what you've been through, so... if you need rest, do take it. I mean, philosophical lux comes out to play whenever, you know, time is right, The stars align and the moon is bright. That's when he shows up. Like a shadow in the darkness, he arises from within. And only the moon glow alerts his presence. As he shall appear like a passing through breeze of spring summer night. Passing by, yet a fleeting moment, only to alert you of his presence, yet leave you with a message while he's at it. He may be Angel. I mean, I've been there, you know, sometimes you have a full 8 hours of sleep and you just find a nice cozy place and you're like, you know what? I can go for another hour. Nothing wrong with afternoon nap, you know? Listen, Angel, when you get to our age, you'll understand. The sleep is a luxury that no money can buy. So whenever you can get some sleep, it's a pleasure and a privilege. I mean, choices to make, Liz. It's up to you. It's up to you. A prime time for nap. 4 p.m. You kidding me, Liz? That's like, whew. I can do at least 4 naps in that time before bedtime. That's a lot of naps. I want to get to the age, you know, where I reach the point where I can just nap anytime, anywhere, any place, and people just being like, "Oh yeah, that's fine," because you know at some point you reach the status of essentially being equivalent to like a pet that your significant others carry around, and at that point you can just do whatever you want. I will be sleeping on, you know, a plane, a car, a bench, an unsuspected passerby, you know, curled up in a fetal position, pretend to be a Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, you'll catch me anywhere, any place. I'm just saying. It's all fair game. I mean, I can fall asleep relatively easy, but not to the extent, like, I need to be alert at any given point if I fall asleep in an unknown situation, because, you know, you always gotta keep aware of your surroundings. Otherwise, when the Fire Nation attacks and besieges you in your moment of vulnerability, you always gotta be ready. Any incoming threat should be incapacitated before it even has a chance to think about cornering you. That's how you reach the true pinnacle of being able to fall asleep anywhere, anytime, any place. I mean, that is actually a good thing to be able to do, because to me personally, I never reached that point. Since, as I said, I have a very hard time sleeping in like new environments, like jokes aside. So to me, unless I'm with somebody else, you know, that I can trust, like a friend, I always scout the perimeter, you know, assess the dangers, plan the escape routes, you know, assess if there's any weapon inside that I can grab in moments of need, and only then can I rest peacefully within my slumber of restful dreams. Otherwise, not quite. I wonder what is these floating cubes circle around me. Am I supposed to do something? Yeah, I thought you did. Oh, is it the energy? Okay, I thought maybe there's some cubes just following me for funsies. I mean, that's fair enough. The longest actually I ever didn't sleep, I think, was when I was in high school. There was one time where I went without sleep for I think 4 days straight, and it was such a weird experience because, like, the first day was the roughest, and that's because before your brain realizes that, you know, you're tired, it, like, gives you a lot of signals of, like, oh, go to bed, you know? And if that doesn't happen, you get full sense of security. So the first day, I was kind of dying after like 24 hours. And then I think at the precipice of 30-hour mark, maybe even 32, I hit that point where I got a sudden burst of energy, which I think happens quite a lot with people. And afterwards, straight away, like after 5 hours or so, I got another wave of like being extremely tired, but not as bad as the first one. And then I think by the time like 50-hour mark reached, I go into this like state of mind where I couldn't like process what I was doing. I was just operating on autopilot. And by the time I think 72 hours reached, my brain just started thinking in a completely different way from my usual self, because I didn't think in thoughts, I thought in actions, if that makes sense. I don't know how to put it in words, but like, I was processing stuff as I was doing it in my head. So like, oh, you're lifting my hand to, you know, pick up this kind of situation, you know, putting that there. And I think by about 80 hours, I got hit yet again. It was like an unbelievable way of time. That was actually when I was starting to almost black out, like, because I would like close my eyes for a second, and it felt like I was asleep for like 5 minutes, even though like literally no time passed. So it was a very trippy experience. And I think I passed out right at about 98 hours mark or somewhere there. And the last thing I remember was me sitting at my desk, and the next thing I could recall was me waking up, I think like 16 hours later, on my desk, being covered in a blanket, but I presumed at the time my parents. And yeah, that was one of the, I don't want to say scariest, because it wasn't scary because I was in controlled environment. It was like doing summer vacation and I wasn't like actually doing anything. So my body didn't feel the need to like exert energy. But it was definitely an experience that I couldn't recall, to be honest. Well, that's the thing. I don't know exactly how long I stayed awake, because after I hit like 4 days, because I remember I looked at the clock when it was like 96. After that, everything is a blur. So I assume I stayed for 2 hours. It could have been 2 minutes. Honestly, it felt so surreal that I wasn't able to perceive time at that point anymore. So I could have stayed for another like 5 hours, 10 minutes, you know, I couldn't tell you. But yeah, it was extremely strange. So I wouldn't recommend it, because like the most I would say ever do is like 2 days, because you get a sudden rush of energy on the second day, so you can power through. But anything after that is just rough. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Oh yeah, because you feel like you're not in control of your own body. You kind of get like third-person perspective. You know, whenever you play a game and you see your character in front of you, but you don't actually feel like you're controlling them. Like kind of what it felt like with my own body. It was like I was seeing myself doing things, but I couldn't register that it was me doing actual things that I was doing. And that's an experience that I feel like worth experiencing, but only in a controlled environment. Don't do it while, you know, you're going to work or school or anything like that, because that could lead to disaster. That's fair enough, Angel. I mean, I've definitely been there when I stayed up. Like, my worst time for staying up late was when I was in high school. And I used to grind a lot of World of Warcraft and League. Actually, at that time, I wasn't grinding League as much. I was still playing casually. But I think World of Warcraft was messing me up most, because I was doing raids at like ungodly hours, since the guild that I was in was based in America. So every time they would do raids, they would do it like during evening time. So I would have to stay awake until like 4 a.m. every time and do raids with them, and it was awful. And I did it for like a whole solid 6-month period, until I was like, you know what, this is not worth it, and I just changed the guilds and started playing more casually. Which is more or less for everybody there. And that is take care of your own health. Very nice, Angel, very nice. How many off you are? Oh, so you're done. Is all you need? Because if it is, we can go grind something else. Okay, if we're done, then we can quit. That's fair enough. Well, now you're a proud and loud owner of Lynn, just like me. Now we can cause havoc twice as fast. This reminds me of days when I used to play like Final Fantasy a lot and like grind dungeons all the time. For like better gear. Ooh. Those times. That's actually a really cool getup. Ooh, that sword looks mighty nice. Ooh, I actually unlocked Sybil. My grind for her, to be honest. Because I don't think you can get her from, no, you can get... I know you can get some characters from here, but... Yeah, know that one. Because you get Daphne from here, and I think Sybil is the only one that you can get. No, I know. I'm just talking from perspective of like which ones you don't get for free and you can get from letters. Because you get Berenica, you get Rebecca, Lynn, Margie. Randy is, I think, and Sybil are the only ones you don't get. And I think Nightfall is the other one. So basically, if I want all the characters, I need to grind these 3. And I think everybody else you get for free. So there's no point to grind them unless I want dupes. Which won't be the case for now. I grinded 7 quite a bit, and 13 as well. Four time. But I haven't been on my Final Fantasy kick in quite a minute. And it's mostly just because I don't have time anymore for like RPGs. I wish I did, but when I used to play RPGs out of wazoo, it was mostly because I had an abundance of time. But now that I don't, it's much harder for me to justify spending like 100 hours on a game, you know? Just to grind dungeons and like loot and gear. It's a different kind of ball game nowadays. Blade Amber Glow? Which one is that? This one? Look, I already leveled up the Iron Forge, so... I'll just... I want to level up this one, because there's no point, considering I'm gonna... I already use this one, and I'm gonna level it up. I'm gonna grind for this one later. Actually looks really cool as well. Not this one, where was it? The other one. This one. Actually looks kind of cool as well. I think this is actually Veronica's weapon. The one that we saw in, what do you call it, the beginning of the game. Because I assume skill duration basically all she cares about. So, yeah, that's fine. So, Angel, do you want to grind more, or are you finished? Are you satisfied with your endeavors? Because if you are, I'm gonna depart on my lonesome journey then. Of grinding even more. Of what you ask, I have no idea. But I do need some demon wages to complete this quest. So probably that. Actually, I also need to do the friend the genie moon thing. Where was it? There should have been one here somewhere. Right. Angel, hold up. Before I forget, I'll go hunt one creature in the wilderness. I'm gonna lure it with promises of never-ending treats and abundance of toys it can play with. Only to betray its trust. And in fact, not do so. Okay, our potential victim is here. And just like that. You see, this is all it takes. Now, Angel, I'm ready. You gotta spend money for lightsaber, and I'm still deliberating whether I want to become pay to win or not. Because to be honest, I enjoy the free-to-play experience. It's quite nice, you know? Not being tied by the wallet and rather be tied up by the skill. I don't think you get the premium currency for free unless I missed it. But I'm pretty sure you only get the what do you call them? The other ones that you use for standing banner. These. Foxine. I don't think you get Foxine Bloom. Bloom, rather. I mean, if you got it, I don't know how you got it, but I haven't seen it because it's a premium currency. It's like Stellar Jades, basically. Not Stellar Jades. I forgot what the Genshin one's called. It eludes me right now. Oh, that's actually a cool getup. It's kind of fun how you can customize your characters so much. So, Angel, just take the wheel. Ooh, that's a really cool getup. That's a nice outfit. That's a cool palette choice. I like the purple and the little pink situation. The weapon doesn't really match it that well, but I might steal some ideas from people over here. You know, the ones that have a bit more artistic choice, shall we say. I mean, I need demon wedges as well, so just start it. Because I don't have any good ones anyway, so I might as well get some. This individual phasing out of existence. Yeah, Genesis crystals. I'm just kind of perusing around, finding the potential targets for employment. I like the people that just spawn in. It looks like they're glitching out of existence. Sir, are you okay? Do you need help? I don't think they're fine. I'm just gonna sit in this car and assess my situation. Wait, hold on. Is this man riding a broom? Unbelievable. I mean, to be honest, it's whatever. I'm easy. I mean, we can grind for future levels of Lin if you want. Or we can grind for like XP, because I don't think I have a lot of XP materials left, so I'm easy. I'll do whatever. Cool. Let me check this out, because I have quite a lot of these little animations as well, but I don't know how to use them. Let me see. Let me see. Ah, there we go. Okay. Let me test these out and see what they do. Ah, I see. I'm hidden in the brush. With no one to spy on me. No enemy eyes in sight. Only me and the bush. Ah, reminds me of good old days. Ah, this is a broom one. Very nice. Okay, let me test it out. Okay, so this is just the animation. Oh, now you see, this is what it's all about. You know, just sitting in the middle of the street, grilling some meat. You know, talking to people, seeing what it's all about. Angel, just start whatever. And we can, you know, just admire this. That's a very nice piece of meat, to be honest. Could be Tyrannosaurus, could be alligator, could be human. I mean, could be pork. Yeah, could be anything really. Look at this man. Flexing before me, the farming pirate thirst. Unbelievable. I mean, fair enough, Angel, fair enough. I respect a man that's on a mission. Even if said mission is not particularly good, shall we say. I need to actually look into how to build characters, because I still have no idea what's good on anyone. I just kind of been leveling up things that, you know, look good, feel good, and most importantly, are within my reach. Because I need to figure out how many actual secret letters you can get, like on a weekly basis, before I make my decision on what to grind on. Because I assume they're not that hard to reach, but considering you need like a ton of them, it's probably a good idea to actually conserve them for the most part until like a character that you really want comes out. So it's always probably a good idea to keep at least maybe 300 of them, just for, you know, a rainy day, shall we say. Well, that's what I have right now. I think I have about 700 or so. Well, as I said, I don't think they're particularly hard to get, so it shouldn't be that much of a hassle to acquire them, hopefully. Because I know they drop randomly from pretty much any dungeon you do, so there's always a chance of getting them. And if you grind long enough, I'm sure you can get maybe about 50 a day if you like grind for like a few hours. very end. Oh. Angel. You know how to bring a man up just to bring him all the way down. It is what it is. As a wise man once said, good things are worth waiting for. And that's why I shall be waiting for. Because when, you know, Fantasio graces the screen of mine, yours, that's how we know that we're reaching the pinnacle. Does he actually have a story, though? Well, you see, Angel, I'm savoring it. I'm taking my sweet time with it. And as I did say, we will be grinding it tomorrow. That is some profound wisdom indeed, Greg. Truly spoken like the Confucius himself. I like everything about Fantasio except one thing, and that is his choice of trousers, shall we say, or pants. Because pantalones just doesn't go with his vibe, you know? If he wore a nice, classy pair of good old, you know, formal suit wear type pants, I would have been all about it. Unfortunately, the pantaloons bring him down. And that's just how it is. You know, the man never went out of his theater phase since high school, and that's just how it be. But he looks cool. I mean, I really liked his gameplay from what I saw, because transforming into like a night form and just shooting a massive laser beam out of your eye socket is enough of a reason to make me interested in the character. That is true, but you know what Naked Man does fear? Gangrene. And potentially, you know, catching every disease known to mankind through the sole of your feet. There's a reason why man invented undergarments, Greg. While it might slow us down in the long run, it allows us for greater heights to be reached in the future. Do you mean like story-wise? Because, I mean, story has been getting pretty heavy. I do agree with that. The thing is, I didn't even try to find anything to be depressed about today. And the beginning of the stream, we found two people who lost their not significant other, rather their family, shall we say. And one of them was part of the story. So, you know, there's a... I don't mind a tragic story, because, you know, not every story should be happy. Sometimes a little bit of trauma goes a long way for building a really good world. Because, like, one of my favorite mangas of all time is Berserk, and that thing is depressing as all get out. Because I'm pretty sure if you had a smile across your face while reading Berserk, there's something wrong with you. Because that thing is as depressing as it can possibly get. And sometimes there's a charm in, you know, tragedy. As long as it's done well. As long as it's not, like, sad for the sake of being sad, that is. because that can kind of backfire. If there's emotional stakes with the reasoning behind them, I think that's a good thing. Because at least it makes you care about the characters. And also it takes balls to kill off like a main character as well. Because killing off Psyche, like, I could see it from a mile away, but I was honestly thinking that there's going to be some sort of plot armor. I was thinking there's going to be like Child all over again, you know, from Genshin. And we're just gonna fight, you know, have this big awesome fight, and then Child goes back to normal after using delusion, even though technically speaking the delusion should be corrupting you all the time, but that's besides the point. And you know, she's gonna get some plot armor and actually remain alive. But no, that's straight up just isekais her to another planet, and I think that's a good thing. Because a story is good only when you feel emotions while experiencing it. Whether it's bad emotions or good emotions, doesn't really matter. As long as it makes you feel a certain way, the storytelling, then it's well done. Because if it's a happy story, if it makes you feel happy, that's good. If it's a sad story that makes you sad, that's good, because it's its intention. You know? It doesn't try to portray itself as something it's not. And if you're not into that kind of story, that's fair enough. But you can't deny that it's a good story if it makes you feel emotions. Because a lot of the games that I played before, where the story was so bland that you might as well not care about anyone else except protagonist. And even in some cases, protagonist felt like an absolute two-dimensional buffoon. So, it's one of those. And I always like a good story in a game, because a good story is usually what drives me to play more. A good gameplay loop is important, but if the story sucks, it's just not the same. And considering I love RPG games and I used to play them all the time, story like always has been a forefront factor for me personally to deciding whether the game is worth playing or not. And if the story sucked, chances are I wouldn't even finish the game. That's just how it would be. I keep losing the track of where I need to go, somehow, even though I'm staring right at it, but I just saw my prowess of navigational ingenuity, shall we say. I learned from the best. You know Zoro from One Piece? I taught him all my tricks. The man could navigate anywhere, anytime, anyhow. All thanks to me. How we doing there, Angel? Still no weapon? The grind never stops, I presume? Did you buy like half the store worth of lettuce? Because I saw you say you didn't have any left. No, that's absolutely fine. I'll probably run around, do some of those like little commissions. That had good, Angel. You see, you're learning. You're learning. Your brain gets a little bit bigger every time you do that. Very nice. But yeah, I'll probably run around and do some of those little story quests that around the world, because I accepted a bunch of them, but I haven't done that many, to be honest. Just see what other tragedies we can find feast our eyes on, shall we say. And probably after that I'll call it a day, considering I am a little bit tired. Has been a long day. Nice secret letter. Well done, Angel. It's always good to see those, because every little bit counts. Didn't mean to do that. Come on, need to climb out. Well, I think I'm stuck. Oh, never mind. I got out. The only thing that can stop me is myself. The same thing can rescue me out. I probably should start using the helix jumps more, because it's kind of moving faster that way. But I keep forgetting they exist. Yeah, I'd say so, because he actually built up on his character development as well, which I didn't expect, because in a lot of cases the main character kind of acts like a blank canvas in a lot of these stories, in a sense that they don't give them usually any emotional attachments, or at least no emotional attachments to the extent of being like, oh, you know, I care about this character, and you know, I develop emotional attachment to them. So if something happens, you know, I get sad or happy or whatever. Because in a lot of the cases, it only portrays in the cutscene, but not in the dialogue. The dialogue is extremely bland more time than not, and honestly, they're just kind of sad. But yeah, I'm glad that, as I said, in this game, every character feels like they have purpose behind them. And that's really nice to see, because it's very rare for a game like this to have that kind of depth. Because thinking about it, even like having a reputation system and having all of these little branches of dialogue, it requires a lot of effort to write them down and like make all these little paths the a player can choose, while a lot of the game just stick with a regular, you know, one story, one script. You just play it. You're kind of playing like a visual novel at that time, you know, without any choices really. All the choices that they give you are just kind of like a place head there. You choose, but at the end of the day, they don't matter. They don't do anything. They don't affect anything. They don't make your gameplay better or worse. They're just there to make you feel like you're involved, when in reality you're not. Because all you're doing is just going on a predetermined path, selecting predetermined options, and the story is not going to change no matter what you do. But in this game, it does, which makes it more exciting. Because you know, like, let's say for example, I started goofing around and just started choosing chaos options, right? And maybe choosing one of the chaos options triggers like a secret boss fight or something. I don't know. You know, if you piss off like one of the NPCs, they become your enemy and start fighting you. That would be kind of cool. And stuff like that I really appreciate, because not a lot of games do it. And especially not a lot of games that are like live service like this. Because it's a lot of work, and more times than not, people skip the story anyway, which is unfortunate, but the gacha gamer demographic more times than not is pre-Unga Bunga, which is like, they care about the characters, they care about the weapons, they care about, you know, big numbers, and story just kind of sits in the background. I just finished Psyche's story. I think I'm literally at the... I didn't even start the Twilight game, which I think is a third chapter. So I am planning to finish this one tomorrow. Hopefully. Keyword is hopefully. And then on Sunday, finish the last one. And then we'll be able to, you know, see the entire story unfold within those 2 days and see how it shapes up the world. And then just carry on, you know, doing the grind fest. Okay, that's good. We'll see how that unfolds. I also wonder if this is one of the playable characters. Because I keep seeing her on the street and she looks like a designed character, so I assume she's gonna be playable in the future. We just don't know her name yet or like what she does. But I assume she's gonna be one of the healers or something. This one's the most fascinating. It says everything in the Misty Sea is caught in an endless cycle of life and death. What do you think, Heidi? Ah, it's you! I remember we spoke right here, didn't we? Well, I know she isn't for now, but like her design screams the main character, you know? Unless she's just like an NPC that's just there and they decided to design her that way. I mean, if it is, fair play to them, but I doubt it. It's a lot of work went into that design. Have you seen my friend? Red hair, always drifting in and out like the wind. He was just here a moment ago. I haven't seen anyone like that around. Thanks anyway. I'll wait a bit. She has a habit of vanishing, then turning up out of nowhere. We've been gathering Karen mist these past few days. It's surprising how openly people speak of them here. Karens are shunned here in Hyperborea, but back in my homeland Elysium, they venerated as divine messengers, enthroned in sacred halls. But to speak those old myths aloud is dangerous here. Do you know much about the myths of the Karen? No, but I would like. Karen means those who came from the Misty Sea. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're getting some more exposition here. The Misty Sea is the origin of all things. From it rose the sacred tree, Yggdrasil. Its canopy stretched across the heavens, and each of its branches became a heaven tree. Its roots, meanwhile, cradled the world. I assume they are common. It's just it's probably just a hustle of grinding them. And honestly, obviously, it depends on your luck, because I assume you can do like 100 runs and not get a single fragment theoretically, or you can do 3 runs in a row and get a character immediately. So you know, it's all like luck dependent. And I don't mind it as much because it's like, you know, it is grindable and it is obtainable just by playing the game, so it's not that big of a deal to me. But I hope they are easily obtainable, because you know that's the entire premise of this game, that you can farm the characters and all the game modes as much as you want, which is nice. The tree bloomed with white flowers, and from them stepped forth Mother Embla. She created all things, and from her came Father Ask. Together they gave birth to the first of the Karens. Yet Ask, bearer of the power of death, became a vessel of calamity. In the end, it was he who brought ruin to the world. The cataclysm we call Ragnarok. Okay. So is Elysium basically Asgard then? Is that what we're getting at? Is she a Valkyrie? In their final hour, Mother Embla, keeper of the power of life, gathered her children and sheltered them. Her soul scattered into the sea, and at last returned to the misty sea. Ask's body became the land, and his arms upraised became the mountains, still reaching for the gods who no longer come. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty common. Yeah, power of life, power of death. That's kind of a sad story. But there's another thread in the myth that caught my ear. It says Ask and Embla were reborn after the world's end in new forms, walking again in a new world. Okay, so... Well, that's what I was gonna say. One of us... So, like, whichever character you playing is harbors the power of life, and the other power of death. Which would be interesting if that's the case. However, it would make sense more canonically if the male MC was harboring the power of death, and the female MC was the power of life, just because of like Ask and Embla. And it would have been kind of interesting to see the perspective of both unfold in the story, but I think that would have been too much work. Because if like you play as a male MC, maybe your story unfolds differently to the one who wields the power of life, because instead of, you know, saving people, maybe you like bring unfortunate calamity whenever you go, and you like try your best to overcome it and you know, not let it defy who you are. And while the other character who harbors the power of life is doing their best to, you know, empower other people and bring peace, prosperity to others. That would be kind of fun, honestly, as a little tidbit. But as I say, I think it would literally require them to make two separate stories, which is, I don't think they would. But it would be a fun little mechanic. Yeah, because you gotta think from the perspective of like making all the different branches and all the different story routes. I do understand that it's a bit of a tall ask to make, but it would have made for a much cooler premise, because what it would make people do is want to play as both characters at the same time, or like try them both out and see how the story unfolds from two different perspectives and make the both characters actually seriously unique. Even though they're unique now, like they're not exactly the same, but it would have made just a little touch of, you know, special sauce, shall we say. I would appreciate it a lot, but as I say, it's still good as it is. And that their reborn selves would one day bring about another ending and another beginning. Thus, the world turns ever in circles, life and death, again and again. Seems the ancients didn't like the tragic endings either. But what I keep wondering is, why was the storyteller so sure that the gods were reborn? Or rather, what makes Embla and Ask who they are? Is it their bodies, their souls, or something else entirely? Imagine this. Just for a moment, the great mage turned the land beneath our feet back into Ask's original form. Then who would truly be Father Ask? The one made of ancient earth, or the one who bears his soul reborn? That's a tall question, lady. I don't think I'm qualified to answer that, but I mean, I would say it was a soul, because body is metaphysical, you know, and soul is eternal. Because you can lose your body, but if you still have your soul intact, you can transport it into another body and still become your true self. I watched way too many cultivation manhwas to know this. As a soul is a true MVP within the human body. If you go your soul, you can be reborn as many times as you want. But without the soul, it's just not the same. So I'll go the one with Ask Original Soul. Ah, so that's how you see it. Thank you. You've given me something new to ponder. Thank you for your time, dear sir. You sparked on a cold week. I've come to love this myth. I think I found this only inside him, at last. I think we made a good choice there. I think we're making a good choice. Oh. I got random mission, let's see. Easy, sir. Is there something I can help you with? Criminals swarming out of the cracks, I tell you. Kids these days, all spineless. If lazy pups at the Security Bureau won't act, then I will. And you, lad, you look sharp. Feel like lending an old soldier a hand? Agree to help. Well, that could be the case. I mean, a lot of the times if you have like a really messed up schedule, sometimes you just have a day when you pass out and you sleep for like 12 hours, as you said. And that's how your body, you know, pays its dues, shall we say. Oh, I entered the co-op area and it actually cancelled the random quest. That's too bad. Because I was actually looking forward to seeing what the old man was gonna say, but you know what? It is what it is. My hubris got the best of me yet again. Ooh, actually... Go a new anymore, might as well get them. There we go. Yeah, Liz, you know, if you're tired, just rest, because I most likely will be rounding up soon enough as well. After I'm done with the daily stuff that I still need to finish. No, you didn't miss too much. It's just, you know, me grinding the story, grinding the path towards enlightenment, shall we say. Me and Angel talking about, you know, random things here and there and everywhere. Gushing about how deep the lore of this game is. Just the usual. What was I doing? Alright, I needed to do some demon wages. Because I didn't do them yet. And I need some for the quest. Wait. How did I unlock level 100 already? Hold up. So I can grind like the max level ones? Okay, you know what? I actually wonder. Angel, let's try level 100. Let's see how much of a ass whooping can we incur. I'm just curious how hard it is. And I wonder if anybody grinds it already. Because if somebody already grinds it, I would be impressed. Like Angel passed out. Alright, fine. Let's do... I don't know. Actually, hold up. That's not the same one as this. Because how can I select level 100 there but not here? I think that's a completely different one. Ah, I see. So that one is in a co-op and this one is solo. I see. So that's the difference. Oh, okay, God damn. That makes a bit more sense. Because I was wondering why. I think Angel passed out, so I might as well go grinding by myself. I need to finish this mission, and I think after that, we'll probably call it a day. I see, so you're still here, Angel. Fair enough. I did think you would still be around. That was merely a severe lapse of judgment on Angel's part yesterday. Don't blame a man for succumbing to the almighty sleep. As nobody can escape their theme for too long. It will eventually catch up with all of us. No matter how hard you try to escape it. The man is gonna tell you his entire sleeping routine soon enough. Angel, don't worry. I know that somebody just merely called you off guard and threw some sand in your eyes, and that will make you feel confused and make you fall asleep. It happens to the best of us. I've been there. I've been there. Fair enough, fair enough. I see, so the tectonic plates aligned. All the worlds collided and the perfect sleeping ploy has been deployed. I see, I see. I am, Angel, I am. Lose my nod, but I'm judging very harshly and very intently. Well, you see, that was a perfect situation for resisting. Praying in your almighty will of steel. And you didn't take it. I like how Liz answered the question and then immediately was like, which god are we talking about? No Zeus, right? Definitely no Zeus. No Hades either? I mean, we can't be talking about them, right? I mean, come on. I got you, Liz, I got you. Alrighty. So we got some demon wages for us. I actually do need to farm them at some point later just to get my DPS up. Because so far I have just been equipping random stuff, not even paying attention. I don't even know if they have stats or not that are random or if they all predetermined. That's collected. Level 23 already. How long does it take? Ooh, there's only 2 weeks left. I'll probably have enough. Oh, I already reached actually a weekly limit. Didn't even know that. Look, Liz, it was you who said they are weak. I didn't say anything. I was just making a keen observation. That was all. That's all he said, that's all she wrote. Okay, I think I completed everything that needs to be completed. We actually did quite a bit today. Did a bit of farming, you know, got a new character. Got my weapons up to scratch. Now what I need to do is decide who my third character will be. And it's probably going to be either Truffle or main character. Because I need the support to make sure that I don't die. And I think Truffle will be the one for the job because she heals me. And heals are a bit more practical, considering I lose HP way too quickly. Although, that being said, I might get Sybil. Because she does give, I think, energy recharge. I mean, Liz is a renegade, you know? She lives by nobody's rules, not even her own. She's a wild card unlike any. You never know what to expect with her around. The only religion Liz believes in is gambling one. As in, whichever god gives her the most luck, that's the one she praises. She's a fickle being, but she knows what she wants and she wants what she needs. And that's just how it be. Oh, listen, Liz, I'm just speaking the truth and nothing but the truth. And just how it be. I just realized that there's quite a lot of side quests I still haven't even begun to even try to achieve. That's gonna be a long journey tomorrow. I'm trying to find a good place to do my send-offs. And probably, you know... Actually... I forgot that yesterday I made a promise that I didn't keep. And there was when we were going on our fishing excursienda, shall we say, I promised to tell a story. And I didn't do that. And I feel ashamed of deceiving you, myself, and my brain for forgetting to do so. Now, I should tell you that story. I'll abbreviate it because my brain is about to implode. And then cut 3-hour version will be presented at a later date. Now, it all began when I was by me a youngin'. You know, blue-eyed, bright-faced, hopeful, dreams within my reach. And there I was. It was me, my friend, and my godfather's kids, 2 of them, 1 year younger than me. We decided to go on an adventure of a lifetime and go fishing in a creek that was right next to the village. Me and my friend's grandparents used to live in. So we got our gear, we assembled the squad, we are ready to roll out. We got our bikes, got our gear strapped, and there we were, riding, breeze caressing our hair, flowing it back, chatting about, you know, making jokes, making a couple ha-has here and there, having a good time. The drive wasn't long, but a mere 10 to 15 minutes. But I felt quite monumental because there was a lot of ups, turns, and twists that we didn't expect. Both physically and emotionally. So we got to the creek. We unpacked our goods. We eyed a good spot for each one of us and separated it. Within each other's eyesight, you know, to keep track of competition. And there I was fishing. An hour passes. No catch. 2 hours passes. No catch either. 2.5 hours passes. That's when I got my first little, you know, baiting on the end of the rod. And that's when I got excited. I was like, okay, now is my time to shine. So reel that bad boy in. Start reeling it in. It was a big struggle, you know? It was quite a handy one. And I kept reeling it in, and 2 minutes passed. I was still reeling it in. It was fighting. It was fighting me, you know? It didn't want to surrender. Another 2 minutes passed. And that's when I finally could feel it within my grasp. My rod was rock hard for the glory they was about to achieve, to bring me the catch of a century. The fishing line was trembling in anticipation, quivering with excitement. I pulled it up, and there I saw it. A beautiful catfish, just hanging by the thread, flopping around, minding nobody's business. I was proud. I remember putting it in my bucket, clogging the said bucket, and then going around to all 3 of the other people that were there and showing them my prized possession. Oh, I was so proud. I went back after gloating to everybody in sight and continue my fishing endeavors. Time passes. 2 hours later, we finally concluded our journey. It was a beautiful summer sunset. The dusk was right around the corner. You know, it was beautiful sunset. We gathered together. You know, we assessed our catch. I obviously had the biggest fish, the biggest rod, and the biggest smile on my face at the time. And just like that, our story was about to get finished. Yet, there was something afoot. We heard a sound coming from the bushes. An animal, we thought. We were on guard, prepared for battle, engagement, if required. Yet, what we were greeted with was a tall figure. An unexpected gentleman appeared out of nowhere, perhaps jealous of our unbelievable prowess within fishing departments. He yelled at us, screaming, "Boys, what are you doing over here? Don't you know this is private property?" I looked around, and I saw from the corner of my eye a beautiful villa just perusing around with a nice pier in the background. And a very disgruntled gentleman was looking at us, potentially, as I said, getting jealous of our unbelievable prowess. And I look at the man, I look at my friends, and I was like, "Sir, I believe this is Mother Nature's bounty that was rightfully placed within this realm for us to collect. And what ground are you standing on in order to challenge us to this moral dilemma that we find ourselves within?" The man looked at us, looked at our catch, and he said, "Usually you would get in really big trouble trespassing on territory unwarranted. However, I'll let it pass this time, but don't let me catch you here again. You can keep what you caught and get out of here." "Scram!" he said. We looked at each other, still confused yet determined. We mustered our courage, picked up our gear, wrapped it up, gave one final look to the man. He gave us a look back. We nodded. He nodded back. We exchanged a final glance, and there we were, perusing around. On the road, buckets on our backside, rod in our hands, traversing back to the homeland where we came, narrowly avoiding the confrontation with the law. Later we figured out who was that man, and he was apparently the mayor of the town that we were residing. I didn't even know what he looked like before, until then. And luckily enough, my grandfather was actually working for the man, so he realized who I was. Otherwise, I could have spent my night in the slammer. You know, being 12 years old, I could have came out of there a man rather than a boy. And since then I realized that even if you do something bad, as long as you have connections to back you up, anything is possible. And there I was, catch in my hand, presenting it to my grandfather proudly. And him asking me where did I caught it, I tell him the locations. He looked at me, perplexed, yet knowing what I just did. Because he received a phone call from the mayor, telling him exactly where I was and what I was doing. My granddad sat me down and gave me a talking of how a man should never do an unspeakable act such as trespassing. It's no good for anyone. A man shall always uphold his integrity to the fullest. and not exercise his privilege to the advance that I have. Because if I was by mere passerby, could have gotten into a lot of hot waters that day. Because we caught a lot of fish, let me tell you. We had buckets full of fish. I caught like 10 of them that day. I was killing it, okay? The fishing game was made by me that day. My friends each caught maybe about 5 or 6. So we were rolling in the catch. So after that serious discussion, my granddad said, it's okay. Go give your bounty to your grandma and she will make a nice feast for us to, you know, have for dinner. And there I was. Walking to the kitchen. My grandma was hard at work, you know, she was a hard-working lady. Always doing something, always cooking, always cleaning, you know, always taking care of the premise. Keeping it nice and welcoming. And I showed her the bounty. She looked at me, patted my head, and she was like, leave it with me. And that night, I was greeted to a feast, the likes of which I'd never seen before. All kinds of dishes. Grilled fish, steamed fish, fish soup, fish cakes, fried fish. I mean, you name it, there was all kinds of fish over there. Even the one marinated in soy sauce. My grandma busted out one of my uncle's Japanese recipes and cooked a feast the likes of which I never seen before. I was eating like a king that night. Learned my lesson. Was a full belly, full heart, and full brain. I departed to the land of Nod that day, thinking about what I had just made, and realizing that in this life, it's not about what you do, it's about who you know. Take that with you, for what you will. A moral lesson for you right there. Wow. And just like that, I evaded the law yet again, at the mere tender age of 12. I hope you enjoyed that. And take my experience as a lesson to ensure that if you do break the law, ensure that you know somebody who can bail you out. And with that being said, I think I'll depart for the day. Exactly. Exactly, Angel. You realize what the moral of the story is. You'll make a fine life. I can feel it. I can feel it. If you ever find yourself in a creek, you know, fishing for the good bounty of the nature, you know who to call. I'll bail you out. That being said, guys, I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you had fun today. And tomorrow is going to be a very special day, because tomorrow we're going to embark upon a journey full of wonders, whimsical adventure, fun and excitement of perusing through the story, finding out what lies ahead of the path. Will we be able to uncover the mysteries that are hidden within? Or will we fall short and succumb to the never-ending abyss? Only time will tell. But until then, I hope you have a good evening or good night, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Now, something to keep in mind, I might stream a little bit earlier tomorrow because I want to get through the entire chapter, and I do have some stuff to do in the evening. So I know I said it's going to be about 3 p.m. my time, but I might change the schedule to 1 p.m. so it might be 2 hours earlier. I still don't know if that's going to be the case, but if it is, I'll let you know in the morning. I'll make sure to ping everyone. Anyway, that being aside, as I said, have a good evening, guys, or night. Have sweet dreams, and I'll see you all later. Until then, bye-bye.